Okay. Okay, testing the mic. Okay, testing the mic. Okay, testing the mic. Oh shit, I just realized my mic was muted. Okay. Anyways, just had the mic muted there. Shit, I just realized my mic was muted. Okay. Anyway. Okay, mute the stream too. Alright. So I was just like talking basically about what I just typed up. I don't know how long I just had the mic muted, but I got copyright claimed on the first stream for this game. I disputed it. They removed the claims. The last stream for this game also got copyright claimed for the audio, for the music. So I'm going to dispute that. Hopefully that gets removed. We're going to risk it for this stream and see how it is, right? So I've been studying Japanese recently. Got serious about it the week before last, so I know what to say next, the week after next. I know next week is Rainen. The week after next is Sarainen. Last week is... Oh, no, not Nen. Saraishu. My mistake. Nen is year. Confusing it. Nen is year. Shu is week. Last week would be... Saishu? Maybe? I can't remember. Like, if I see it in a multiple choice option, I'll be able to pick out the right answer. But off the top of my head, I can't get it. Anyways. Wings, no wings. Oh, we'll go wings for now, I guess. So. We'll continue with this, try finish it today. See how that is. And then, yeah. ATRI, aria. Wah, nanda. Actually, should I move my model over? Should I move it here? Maybe I should move it here so it's not like in the way. Yeah, maybe that's better. That way I'm not blocking the audio. I mean the audio, what am I saying? I mean, that way I'm not blocking the subtitles. Okay, I think that's okay. Yeah, we'll try that. I'll leave that there for now. Yeah, that last stream took a long time. I streamed for like 5 hours, but I was trying to read the Japanese partly, and I go a little slower through streams. I might play 100% Orange Juice, that game, with a couple friends. Maybe stream it, I'm not sure. Either way, after ATRI, we'll be going to something else. Couple games I have in mind. Just caught you. Get ready for a world of pain. Omae mashita yo. She's like, oh my gosh, a ghost. ATRI just dressed in like all white. She's like, oh my gosh. It's a clan member. No. Yada yada. Tabe naide. It's like, don't eat me. I like the little scribble for the eyes when she's scared. It feels so odd having my model on the right side. Because I never do. But I'm like, this way the subtitles are actually there. I really like that this game, even though it does have like some transliteration in it, rather than translation. I like that you can put both the English and Japanese. That's pretty cool. Rika panics, flapping her arms around and raining slaps down on ATRI's face. Ata, ite, otona nashiku, fuga. The hell? I'll be good from now on. I swear. She's like, Papa, Mama, save me. いい子にするから話 I feel like I've seen that kanji before, but I don't know if it's saying... I don't know if that's to say hanashite. I don't know if that's what she's saying. The kanji looks familiar, but I'm not sure about the reading. Calm down, kid. It's us. Huh? The Hitoman. The fact she says Hitoman and she looks so happy. She's like, oh, I'm so relieved. It's the hitman. The friendly neighborhood hitman is here. It's like, how wonderful. We're all safe now. So you finally decided to kill me? Grr. Don't think I'm just gonna roll over and die. She's angry. Tsui ni atashi o kuroshi ni kita na. Kuso. So hai kanaizo. Me trying to like read it. The same flurry of blows batters my own head. She starts like attacking him. She's like, if I'm going down, you're going with me. There shall be no survivors. Ryuka is angry. I said to calm down. We just came here to get something ATRI forgot. Also, I'm not an assassin. Hitoman janai. Dakara ochi. I can't read that kanji. I know it. What are you doing out here so late anyway? Omae koso konna. Jikan? Is that Jikan? I'm not sure. Ni gakko de nani o shiteiru? Koko ga atashi no ie damon. Koko ga atashi no ie damon. So what? Omae gakko ni... You live at the school? I'm not sure the reading for that kanji. Gakko ni... I don't know if it's like soon or in or what exactly. I've seen it, but I'm not too sure the reading of it. Deru no ka. Unte... Oya Kazuka. Is that Oya? I think that's Oya. Oya Kazuka wa. No mom, no parents, other family. Inai. But you're just screaming for your parents. She shakes her head in a matter-of-fact fashion. This thing's really amazing though, Hitman. You just have to spin it a bit and it lights up. The fact she keeps calling him Hitman, I just find that to be funny. I think it's hilarious. Actually, let me move the model a little more. Don't like the position. That's fine. I'll move the watermark a bit. Move that there. Whatever. Okay, that's okay. This thing's really amazing though, Hitman. You just have to spin it a bit and it lights up. Well, it's meant to be the wind turning it. Possibly due to the slipshod construction, it doesn't seem like the blades will ever spin without a pretty strong breeze. It looks a little different from earlier. Did you do something to it? Has she improved it? Yeah, I tried following the instructions in this book, but it didn't really work, so I'm just using my hands now. I glance at the book in the dim light. I can just about make it out as a textbook on renewable energy. You're really reading something this advanced? Where did you even get this? Omae konna... I don't know if that's muzukashi. I'm not sure. Muzukashi hon o yonderu no ka doko de te ni iretanda. Iretanda. Or hairetanda. No, I think. From the library, there's loads of books there. Can you go back a dialogue option just to... Oh no, that's asked to go back a scene. Okay, never mind. I don't want to go that far back. But it's so hard, I don't get it, Al. Can you teach me? Hitoman sensei. Hoshiete kurete. Onegai. Hitoman sensei. The name's Natsuki. What don't you understand? Natsuki da. Doko ga wakaranai. I think that's the reading. I don't know. I might be reading some stuff a little wrong here and there. Still learning. Well, this bit, what does it mean when it says electricity becomes potential energy? What's that? Well, potential energy is the energy something has when it's lifted up in the air, which becomes kinetic energy when it falls. I did not know that. I am learning. I take the thick book Ryurika has been reading from her hands. Hold out your hands. Te o dashite miro. Te o dashite miro. She hesitantly does as I say, and I drop the book down for her to catch it. She tilts her head quizzically as it falls into her hands. She's like, Nani? She's like, what's happening? I take it from her again and drop it once more, this time from a little higher. Mo ichido. Kondo wa motto takai. Is that tao kara? Otos? I'm not sure. It falls into her hands with a heavy thud. Her face lights up with understanding as she feels the sensation in her fingers. The heavier the object, and the higher you drop it from, the more potential it has. You can convert electricity into potential energy in order to store it. For example, you could use spare electricity from a wind turbine to pump water up high, store it, and then release it to drive a water wheel, even when there's no wind to drive your windmill, turning the potential energy back into electricity. Fumu fumu. I like that, it's like cute. Fumu fumu. Naruhodo ne. Ryuka listens intently to my explanation. It seems like it's getting through to her. Ryuka wa ore no setsume? Is that setsume? I think. I know setsume is like explanation. I think the second one is where it's me. The first one I think is setsu. I'm not sure. Ryurika wa ore no setsume o I can't read that one. And she learns more and more. She starts asking questions on all kinds of topics. Visual novels are very advanced. Like, I'm not ready to use that for studying material. But in the first stream, we just had the English subtitles. And then I checked and I was like, oh, they have Japanese subtitles. So if we're going to play it, I was like, why not include Japanese subtitles, so we did that for the last stream. Which just makes sense. Even though it's above my level, clearly. It just makes sense to include it. And that way I can at least like review some stuff. Maybe I can pick up on a couple words to learn. As she learns more and more, she starts asking questions on all kinds of topics. The impromptu lesson gets more and more in depth. For a second I thought like that design on her shirt, the red, I thought that was blood for a second. Chi. Omoteta. Omota? Thought? Yeah. So you mean that a water wheel can make loads more electricity than a windmill? That means we could make a really bright light if we had one of those, right? It's true that it would be more efficient, but that doesn't mean it's the solution to everything. It would need to be placed somewhere where there's a good amount of water. So if you don't have somewhere suitable, soka, suisha. Look, suisha, water vehicle. Sha, that's used for like usually vehicles or of some sort. Suisha, so a water vehicle, water transportation. Suisha ga atte mo. Mizu ga nai to dame nano ka. Demo, gakko ni mizu something yama aru yo. I don't know what the hell that first kanji is beside the mountain kanji. I'm not sure what that kanji is. Do you know what that water's got to be doing to make a water wheel move? She bites her lip and thinks, Ririka. Oh, so that's her name. Uri, the repeater there. Ririka. Ka. Is that the kanji for change, or is it the kanji for flower? I'm not sure. No, it's the kanji for change, I think. Ririka. Ririka wa un to kangae something mu. It's got to be flowing somewhere. Onaji. It's got to be flowing somewhere. Exactly. You need a clear, uninterrupted running stream in one direction. Something like a river on an adequate quack. Something. No matter how much water we have around here, if flows are so unpredictable that it's not possible to practically dam it off. So why can't we like lift some water up high? Demo takai tokoro ni mizu o something bibain desho. If we could create a flow from a high place like that, we could get an efficient source of power. But how do you think would lift the water? In order to get the water high enough to then make it flow down, we'd have to expend more energy than we'd eventually make. Energy hyoro no kisoku? Is that kisoku for rules? I think kisoku is like rules, regulations. Oh, we've already been taught about that. Oh, hon ni kaite atta. She answers immediately. So if you wanted to use water power, we'd either need to make things flow better around here or find a way to get water up high. This sounds kind of tough. Ririka. You were trying to read by this late, right? What kind of books do you usually read? I think this, what is this? Aka. Is it Aka? Hikari is light. This is for bright, so. I think bright would be like akarui, if I recall. Maybe. This stuff. Goshoshitsu. No hon. Well, there's stuff in the library. I just picked a shelf and start reading everything along it. When the moon's bright, I can read them here. Suki ga akarui. Hi wa koko de yomerunda. Koko de yomerunda. You know, I didn't have you pinned for a smart kid. What an annoying lively spirit you are. Yoku iwareru. I'm told that often. Yoku iwareru. Now that I think about it, I did notice that she was unusually quick to pick up what we were learning in class. I had such a strong preconception of her as just a loud little brat that I didn't think much of it. She's not just smart either, she's the curious type too, and naturally good at lateral thinking. Na hitoman sensei. Natsuki da. Benkyou wa shite mo. Can't read that. Huh? Is it pointless? You said it yourself earlier. It is pointless after all. Do you want to study more? Omae wa benkyou ga shitai no ka? Today's class was, well, it was kind of exhausting, but it was really fun. Mr. Natsuki. Hitoman. Janaya. Natsuki sensei. Motto. Ironna. Is that G? Ga? I'm not sure. Shiritai te omota. I think this kanji right here. Moto irun. I want to learn about loads of other stuff too. Moto irun na. Is that Jika? Shiritai te omota. The G. I'm not sure if that's the reading. I think that can be read as G. But I don't know if it is in this sentence. It might use a different reading. Because I think I've seen that kanji with like the kanji for fire, right? For kaji. Referring to a flame. But I don't know if it's... Since it's by itself here, it might use a different reading. I'm not sure. Because usually the kunyomi, and onyomi readings are different. Kunyomi, kanji by itself. Onyomi, kanji with other kanji. Usually they're different. She smiles widely, her eyes glimmering in the moonlight, full to the brim with childlike wonder. I remember a time when I still had this kind of pure curiosity in me. Before I entered the academy, long before that even. Before that tunnel collapsed on us, and I lost everything. So that's why you're reading all these difficult books. Dakara, konna muzukashii hon mo yondaru no ka. Yeah, I've got nothing else to do at night. It's all dark and I'm the only one here. I can't keep up with the speed they say in Japanese. Like, I can't read it. at this. Well, I don't know all of the kanji. I only know some. But I can't pick up on some of the reading, because some kanji have different reading. The kanji have different readings, right? Depending on if they're by themselves or if they're combined with something else, with another kanji. But the characters speak so fast, I just can't. But visual novels are like beyond my skill level. But since we're going through it again, might as well include the Japanese subtitles, get some kind of review. You know, maybe learn a few words. Since we're looking at the visual novel anyways, it just makes sense. Why not? You know? But yeah, this is definitely above my skill level. I think I would be okay with like a beginner's manga. I don't know about an advanced beginner's manga. I think with an advanced beginner's manga, I don't know if I could read it, but I think I could at least pick out a bunch of kanji and be like, oh, this is familiar. Oh, I know this one, but not off the top of my head and like that. But for like actually reading it, I don't think advanced beginner. I think beginner. I think I could read like a beginner's manga. Advanced beginner, yeah, I don't think I can read it. Identify different kanji I know. That's it. Probably. Visual novels are, I would say, pretty advanced. Mostly because, like, well, I mean, obviously there's no audio, so you can't, sometimes you can pick up words from knowing the audio of a word without knowing how to read it. But there's no audio for the main character. And also with visual novels compared to a manga, or even compared to like an anime, or especially to an anime, there's a lot more still frames, so there's less moving scenes, so you can pick up less from the context. Because if there's like a moving scene or a more scenic description of something, right, then you can usually, even if you can't understand each word, you can understand the gist of a sentence just from the context of what's happening. With visual novels, you can't really get that. Visual novels are quite advanced, I would say. Which is why I'm struggling with it. The Japanese part of it. I think most mangas are... Well, the furigana mangas are like advanced beginner usually. Beginner to advanced beginner. Shoujo, I would guess, is like intermediate. Then more adult is stuff, and also visual novels I would put as advanced, and then including like short novels, light novels, graphic novels, like that. Then heavier novels for like past that. I think if you're advanced, you could pass for fluent. And I think if someone's advanced in a language, you can pass for fluent. If you're intermediate, then you're like functional in it. Highly functional in the language. But if you're advanced, I think you're not fluent, but you can pass for it. When the moon's bright, I can just about read a book. I just wish we could get more lights here. Tsuki ga arui. Oh, did I already read that? Arui. Hiwa. Giri giri. Hon ga yomeru. Motto arui no ga aru to ii na te omotte tanda. Yeah, I'm like reading it slow and I'm like struggling with it. But lucky for me that this visual novel reuses some of the kanji and stuff that I know. And pretty regularly. I'm not like reading a lot of it. It's just like from what I'm reading, that they reuse a lot of the kanji I already know. And regularly, right? There was something I was gonna say, but I forgot. Damn. Oboenai. Wasurete Wasurete. I can't remember, I forget. Anyways, whatever, back to reading this. She spins the windmill and sighs. Yeah, I can't read windmill, whatever that is. So ite ririka wa. How do you say that? Fusha? Is that fusha? Fusha te de mawasu. Is that mawasu? I think so. So, part of the reason this stream takes so long is because I am using it for a little bit of Japanese study, way past my level, but again, why not? They have the option. So ite. I'm sure my pronunciation is horrible. I haven't worked on pitch. Right now I'm just trying to learn to read and listen, you know. So ite. Ririka wa so. Like it seems. I don't know how to explain so. I can't explain what that means. I understand it, but I could not explain it. So ite ririka wa is that fusha? Earlier learned the word I think it was suisha, which was water wheel, like a water, which is pretty cool because I know the kanji for water and the kanji for the sha, I think, is for like a vehicle. So you combined it, you have a water vehicle, water wheel. Here it has the kanji for wind and the kanji for like a vehicle or ride or something. So combines something like a windmill. So wind by itself is kaze, and I think the vehicle one by itself is kuruma, but they're together, so the rating will be different. I know a boat is fune, so I think the reading for the wind will be fu here. I might be wrong, I'm not sure. And I think the reading for this second kanji is sha. I think. So fusha, I think, is a windmill. If I'm wrong, someone correct me. I'm sure my pronunciation is bad, but I'm not working on that right now. I'm just trying to like read it, understand it, hopefully speak it, and pick up speaking it, but as well. And to do that, I need to work out the pitch, but reading and understanding, I think the speaking will come along. A mellow reddish glow illustrates her wistful smile. Whatever you want to do in the future is up to you. But in order to enjoy that freedom, you need to have the ability to make choices. So learned 2 words during this stream. Suisha and I think fusha. Water wheel or water transportation thing. And a wind transportation, like a windmill. But even without the English subtitle, I would have figured out those 2 words because I know the readings for the individual kanji. And for their reading when they're combined with something. Studying can help increase the amount of choices you have. Benkyou suru. I don't know what reading that uses. Jide mirai no. I know those kanji. I can't read it though. Arigato, Natsuki sensei. Oh, she dropped the hitman. She smiles widely as she spins the windmill, turning her attention back to the book. Ririka wa mata fusha, I think. O te de mawashite. So she's like te's hand. She's using her hand to turn it. Te de. I think that's mawashte because I think that kanji is used in mawaru. I think I might be wrong actually. Actually, let me look this up for a second. Deep L. Let's see. I'm gonna look this up for a second. Mawasu. Okay, so mawashite, yeah, that's right. And then for windmill, fusha, yeah, that's right. Fusha, suisha. And this is mawashite. Cool, okay. So ririka wa, I was just double checking. Ririka wa mata fusha o te de mawashite. So she used her hand, ririka, mata, again, fusha, the windmill, is the object. O marks the object. Fusha o te de, her hand, is doing the action of mawashite, turning it. Mawa is like for turn. Mawashite. So she's in the action of turning it. Hon o yomidas. And then for the book object, hon o yomidas. She's reading the book, yeah. Gazing down at that contented little face, I remember something my father once told me. I'm not going to go through long lines, especially because it's going to have a bunch I can't read, but it's okay. You remember something his father told him. No one can be a scholar without one thing: curiosity. The Academy claims to be our best hope for finding the people who will save the Earth. But who knows if anybody there can really do that? Maybe no one can save it, or maybe it'll be saved by some curious genius completely unrelated to the Academy. Ririka, maybe it'll even be this kid. Kono ko ni nara dekiru kamona. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze, and I think it's like my allergies bothering me. Like, damn. I don't know if it's allergy season, but my allergies have been acting up like crazy the past few weeks. I really like the music. Damn, it's a shame they keep copyright claiming me for it. As I peer over her shoulder, her hands suddenly stop. Sonna. I can't. I can't read that one. Is that fu? Not sure. Doshita. What the? What? She needs to what? Oh, is she scared to go by herself? Isn't she usually by herself? So it's like, why are you like scared? You're usually by yourself though. Anyways, I find myself waiting outside the girls' toilet in the inky blackness. Ore wa joshi toire no mae de ririka ga detekuru no o matte ita. Detekuru. Kuru is to come. Dete is like exit. So he's waiting for her to exit. So ore wa, he's saying I. Is that ore or boku no ore? Ore, I think. Ore wa joshi toire. So the girls' toilet, the girls' bathroom. No, I think that's maede. Maede, which is like in front. So he's in front of the girls' bathroom. Ririka ga. And, I'm gonna mention this. I've seen a lot of people talk about the difference between ga and wa for like Japanese, and some people have said that wa emphasizes what's before it, ga emphasizes what's after it. The only person I've seen that has ever explained it well, because I studied a little bit of Japanese grammar, was a Kirdali sensei. She has a YouTube channel. Her content's amazing. Like I think she passed away a few years ago, unfortunately, but her content is still up, and she's the only one whose videos I've watched that has explained it well. Because most people will say, oh, wa emphasizes what's before it, ga emphasizes what's after it, which is true. Kirdali went further and said, not only is there that difference, but wa emphasizes the topic, whereas ga emphasizes the subject of a sentence. I believe that's what she said from what I recall. So her videos on grammar are the best I've seen for Japanese. Though I think for any language, people should not learn grammar at the beginning. Like I taught myself a couple of years ago how to read Greek, including biblical Greek. Like in 2 months, I could read it fluently. I couldn't understand it very well, but I could read it fluently to the point that people who were Greek would hear me read things in Greek and they thought I was Greek. And I'm not. So, but I, like when I was doing that, I was picking up on the grammar more naturally for it, and I didn't study grammar specifically at the beginning. I think people should not study grammar specifically at the beginning, the very beginning of learning a language, because they'll overthink the rules of it. Because grammar has a lot of rules, especially for Japanese, and I think people would overthink it too much and put too much emphasis on grammar study than other things, in my opinion, right? And I think people would do that for any language, really. Grammar and stuff you'll usually pick up naturally, and then you supplement that with separate study, but the separate study is supplementation, it's not replacement, right? But yeah, Kirdali, her Japanese grammar lessons, her videos, God rest her soul, because she passed away a few years ago, apparently. The best grammar videos I've seen. So, wa emphasizes what's before it and emphasizes the topic of a sentence. Ga emphasizes what's after it and emphasizes the subject of a sentence. So let's look at this. Why not? Ore wa... Let's see. Ore wa... Ore wa joshi toire no mae de. So joshi, girl, in front of the girls' toilet, in front of the toilet of the girls' bathroom. Joshi toire no mae de. Riri ka ga. So marking the subject. Dete, exit. Kuru, to come. No o, and marking that as like the object. Mate ita. So he's just there. Ita. waiting to come out and exit Ririka as he stands in front of the girl's bathroom. Wording it like that just sounds weird as hell. But yeah. 俺は女子トイレの前でリリカが出てくるのを待っていた。My eyes, this is not like me teaching Japanese. I'm like learning it. I can't teach it. But it's good to go over stuff like I just did too. I've heard it said that if you want to learn something, learn it how you would teach it. Right? The way you would teach it to someone, that's how you should learn it. That's something I've heard said. Then again, not everyone has a talent for teaching things, but because that's a talent, separate talent in itself. It's like, but still, right? But yeah, it's like just because someone's a great singer doesn't mean they can teach someone how to sing, right? Different talent. Different talent. My eyes have grown somewhat accustomed to the darkness, and now I can at least make out vague shapes around me. You'll definitely wait for me out there, right? Don't go anywhere. Okay, I have to look at something like really quick related to my phone. So I'm gonna be right back in 2 minutes. So I need to check something. So, well, maybe 1 minute. Could be a minute. Could be less. Could be 2. Anyways, I'll be doing that. So I'll be right back. Okay, whatever, I'm here. I just had to check something. My model was still moving. I was still here. Just had to check something on my phone. Anyways. You'll definitely wait for me out there, right? Don't go anywhere. Why does she want him to, like, wait outside the bathroom for her? If she's usually there by herself, like... you would think she would have nerves of steel. 絶対そこで待っててよ。絶対だからな。ああ、わかったわ。 Wakattara hayaku shiro. Hayaku shiro. Honestly, it's like, I get it, just hurry up. Honestly, I thought you were supposed to be a big, clever girl and you're too scared to go to the toilet at night? Taku. Mo. Oki no ni. Is that Yoru Naka or Yunaka? I'm not sure. Hmm. I'm actually like thinking I might look it up. Yonaka. Interesting. So if these two kanji are switched, the reading is Naka Yoru. But how it is here, it's Yonaka. So the Yoru changes to just a Yo. That's probably like a unique thing. I don't think that's a normal reading for that word, for that kanji. Well, I learned a word there. Yonaka, night, middle. That's interesting though. If you flip those two kanji around, the reading is Naka Yoru. Middle, night. But how it is there, night, middle, it's Yonaka. I don't think Yo is a common reading for that kanji. It's probably more of an exception. I'm assuming. It's like Taku mo oki nano ni. It's like you're already like so big. Yo naka toire ni iku no ga kowai toka. It's like you're already so big, but you're scared to go to the toilet at night. Oh, ATRI just has to come in and burn him. Natsuki-san mitai desu ne. Seems like you. She seems like you. Oi, when did I ever say I'm scared to take a pee? Mate. Itsu. I don't think I can read that. Something ga toire ga kowai te ita. Even if you're fine with using the toilet, but I'm not there to sleep with you, you get all panicky. Damn, why does she have to bring that up just to roast him? Ryuka's like, so nanoka? Shut your faces, both of you. Urasai. I can't read that kanji. God. That's made it stop coming out. Oh my gosh. What the hell is this scene? Ima no de tomachata. Ima no de tomachata. Shibaraku mate iruto. This might take a while. Shibaraku, I think that means like a while, or a short while. A short while. Saying short while sounds like a contradiction. But yeah. Shibaraku mate iruto. Not them including the sound of her flushing. What the hell? What the hell? The hell? So you've got running water here, but not electricity. Soyuya. Denki wa denki electricity. Denki wa kite nai kedo. Sui wa kiteru nda na. Shower mo aru. You have a shower too? In the school? Well, I mean, that's not uncommon, actually. Usually there's like showers for using before you go into like the school pool and stuff. Yeah, that's not unusual. Honto ka? Yoru wa makeru. What is that? Mago? De tsukae nai kedo. Those two kanji in the middle, I'm not sure. I do have a shower on my ship too. Uchi no fu? I don't know. But powering the water pump is so energy intensive that I don't use it that often. Normally I go to a bathhouse in town, but it's expensive enough that I can only afford to go a couple times a week. I hear an unmistakable gurgle. Onaka suita. Onaka suita. Where do you actually get your food? Minamachuan and Yuchi-chan. Ah, there he is. Ryu-chan. His muscular frame appears at the door. I don't know why they say his muscular frame. The dude's not that muscular. I mean, he hasn't like an athletic build, but his, like, I don't know, an athletic build, but he's like slim to medium, just athletic. His build's pretty average. Like size-wise, just, I guess he's looks more athletic, toned. They keep calling him muscular. I'm like, the dude's not that big. What the frick? I'm eating a snack right now, by the way. It's like, yo, brought you dinner. Why is this little girl just living by herself in the school during an apocalypse? Like, it's nice people bring her food and stuff, but like, shouldn't someone actually like take her in? Like, she's just living there by herself. She's scared to go to the bathroom by herself. Like, I don't think she should be living on her own. It's nice they bring her food and stuff, but someone should take her in. A famished Ririka practically dives into the food. Oishi so desu. Juru. Why is ATRI drooling? You are a robot. Woman, you do not need food. You don't need to eat to live. Is she a woman? I don't know how old she is. She's older than the main dude though, right? Like, ATRI's like at least in her 20s. But I don't know like how old she was programmed to be, if that even makes sense. But the main dude's like second year high school, so Japan's usually 3 years, right? So 14, 15. He's like 15 or 16, I guess. Like 16, I guess. ATRI's, I don't know how old ATRI would be. ATRI was probably made at least like a decade before him. The wording of that is crazy. She was made a decade before him. But I mean, like, no, like as a robot, not conceived, right? Anyways, ignoring that. Wanna eat some too, henchman? Eating desu ka? Hey, no wasting food. You don't even need it. Ch. You're a robophobe sometimes, Natsuki-san, a robophobe. What the hell? Don't make up random bullshit. Like, woman, we are in the apocalypse. You you literally don't need to eat or drink anything. You do it for pleasure, not survival. Yeah, shut up. You can have something when we get home. Yokata na. Kobun. Kobun? Is that actually henchmen, or are they just like... Henchmen? Kobun. Oh, Kobun. Oh, that's interesting. So Kobun means henchman? That's so odd. I find that odd because Ko is the kanji for child, and Bun is that's the kanji for part. So so a child part is a henchman. What the heck? That's kind of funny, but what? Okay. Kobun. ATRI is the Kobun of Natsuki. The henchman. So words I learned during the stream. Kobun is henchman. We got Fusha and Suisha, which are windmill, watermill. And then Yonaka, which is like middle of the night. There's other ways to say middle of the night, but it's interesting. If you flip those two kanji, it's nakayoru. But if you have it being night and then middle, it's yonaka. Yonaka. I guess that's like an exception reading, because I don't think yo is a common reading for the kanji for night. So that's probably an exception. Gochou-sama deshita. Itsumo arigato, Ryu-chan. That was great. Thanks again, Ryu-chan. Oh, no problem. You need all that food if you want to grow up big and strong. Naruyo? You bet I'll be... Naruyo? Ryuji returns the plastic containers to his bag and stands up to leave. He doesn't say hi to them or anything, really? The hell? This dude's like more Sun than Deer, for sure. He leaves without a word. Oh, yeah, that's just weird, bro. You, like, the people are there and you just ignore them. You don't want to talk to them, that's one thing, but just say hi or something. Don't like just stand there and stare at them. Or like... And he does that every time. It's really, I didn't get that impression at all. But when he first arrived and saw us talking on the roof, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. Wait, on the roof? He wasn't there then. He was. He turned up when you were talking about books. He tried to hide, but nothing escapes these high sensitivity cyber eyes of mine. Oh, so he was there. Yeah, that Ryuji dude, he's like a tsundere or something. But like more soon. Definitely. High performance in all the wrong places as always. Soka, I see. I suppose he didn't want us to see him feeding her. Maybe he's embarrassed. ATRI, did you find your shoes? ATRI, kutsu wa mitsukatta no ka? ATRI, kutsu wa mitsukatta no ka? Hai desu. Hai. Yes, she proudly shows me her feet again, now that I can see them properly in this darkness. Alright, in that case, let's go. Ja, Kairo ka. Kairi cha no ka. Oh, that's cute. Rika's like, oh, you're going? You could sleep over. This is what I mean, like, she's, like, scared and lonely being at the school at night, but she has no home. So it's nice that Ryuji like, I'm not trying to bash him, you get what I mean? Like, he's doing a great thing by bringing her food, and Minamo does too and stuff. But, so I'm not bashing them, and they probably live with family, and they might not have the space to take her in. So I'm not saying this related to them, I'm just saying generally, someone should take her in and to take care of her, because, like, she clearly can't handle it herself. She's scared to go to the bathroom by herself. She's scared to sleep by herself. She's alone in an abandoned building in the middle of an apocalypse. Like, I don't think she's capable. She's clearly not capable of taking care of herself too. That's why she's being brought food and other stuff. It's like, sorry kid, but I've not eaten yet. Plus there's something I need to do when I get back. Yeah, she looks like she's gonna cry. Honto wa kirai no wa kuroi da. To be honest, I hate the dark. When I was little, I always slept with a light bulb on because mommy told me to. The thing you made today was a lot like that. Kyo tsukuta yatsu. Nanka ano. I can't read that part. It must have been a little old filament bulb. The kind that gives off that same warm, gentle light. If I could have a light like that on every night, it would be like sleeping with her mom again. On a night as quiet as this, a simple windmill make by a few kids probably won't be able to light a single bulb. Windmill made. I don't think she's going to get her wish tonight. Ririka's cheerful voice calls out behind us as we leave. Mata ashita na. Ah. Sayonara. Natsuki-san. Dude probably doesn't want to see, like... He probably doesn't want Ririka to see him all scared and hugging up ATRI. I like ATRI's dress, it's really cute. Chou kawaii. Nanda. Mada nemenain desu ka? Still not going to sleep. Ever since we got back, I've been sat hunched over my desk. I've not even had dinner. I thought you said you were going to let me have something. Now that you mention it, I am a little peckish. Peckish? Don't just say that and immediately go back to work. What are you doing? You're focusing so hard like you're doing brain surgery or something. Oh. Denki ga kiemashita. The power went out. The electricity disappeared. Denki ga kiemashita. I think that she said kiemashita. Kieru. Kieru is to disappear. So kiemashita. Yeah, it went out. The room is plunged into darkness. Yeah, there's no wind tonight. Konya. Konya? Tonight. Konya wa kaze, kaze, wind by itself. Konya wa kaze ga nai kara na. Konya wa kaze ga nai kara na. Toyu koto wa Natsuki-san ga amae. Which means it's one of those nights when I'm going to have to spoil you like a big old baby, aren't I? You lucky boy. Come here, what the frig? She slaps her naked belly in naked belly. What do you mean naked belly? She's wearing a dress. What? I have no idea what she's thinking, but that's by the by right now. ATRI, I need your help with something. ATRI tanomi garu. I think that's tanomi. Tanomi garu. Why, of course. You need to hug me to sleep, don't you? Oh, Natsuki-san, you're so cute. Shoganai. I don't think she said you're so cute. I think it's transliteration. Shoganai Natsuki-san desu ne. It's like, oh, that can't be helped, Natsuki. Well, I'm gonna try to read this. Wakatte mastomo watashi o. I can't read that kanji, but I think that has to do with hugging. Koshite nemetai desu yo ne. So I like hug her so he can sleep. Shoganai. Shoganai is like it can't be helped. Natsuki-san desu ne. Yeah, it's, the English is a little bit of a transliteration. Because she never said, oh, Natsuki, you're so cute. But she said, oh, it can't be helped. Maybe in... I don't know if I'd call that a flirty way, maybe. Go outside and spin the wind turbine for me, will you? She's like, oh, you need to hug me to sleep? It's like, actually, I need you to go outside in the dark, in the storm, and take the wind turbine and use all your strength and turn it. While I stay in here and check on it. Jodan. I'm joking. There's no actual storm going on or anything. I just added that to the story. Go outside and spin the wind turbine for me, will you? Soto ni ite. Fusha o mawashite kite kurenai ka. Kite kurenai ka. Tede desu ka? What? Tede desu ka? By hand? Wakarimashita. Te. I don't know how to say reach. Wait. Reach. How do you say reach? I think I know this. Kimi ni Todoke is that anime. I've seen that. Kimi ni Todoke is reaching you. Todoke. Todokun kana. Is that it? Because Todoke is reaching. I know that from the title of Kimi ni Todoke. Todoke, however you say it. Todoku kana? Is that it? I don't know. I don't know if that's it for that kanji. Ah, sweeta. Mata saikai? It has to be a water turbine, surely. Looking at it efficiently wise. He's working on it for Ririka. Humans are fragile. If you don't get any sleep, you'll end up breaking down. If she's right. Her words pass in one ear and out the other. I'm too lost in concentration. Guess I'll just sit here and write my logs. Watashi mo... God, freaking katakana. Watashi mo... Rogu, like the log. Because in Japanese they don't pronounce L's. Watashi mo rogu o kikoto. Kiko is like right, yeah. At first I got confused because I saw the ro. The katakana is ro. I'm like, ro. But then I remembered, I'm like, oh yeah, in Japanese they don't pronounce the L. They pronounce it as an R. It's like, right. She takes out the notebook and pen we bought this morning and starts to write. ATRI wa kesa kate yatta noto to pen de rogu o suke hajimeta. She takes out the notebook and pen we bought this morning and begins to write it. Begins to attach them. It's a weird way of saying begins to write, but okay. Begins to attach the paper to the notebook for the logs. It's a weird way to say to write, because you could say write. Writing is like, I mean, there's an actual kanji for writing, so the way that was worded was odd. To me, anyways. For most of the night, the cabin is filled with nothing but the soft scratching sound of pen on paper. She's just like saying a bunch of gibberish, ATRI sounding like she's drunk or something. Or like she's speaking in tongues, just like, I don't even know what she's saying. She sounds like she's speaking like the Slytherin snake language or something right now. That's what it sounds like. Madan naniga kaiteru? Moshikashite nezu ni sore yatte tan desu ka? Oh, ATRI, doshitanda? Oh, what's up? I'm so surprised to see you up that I'm not even my usual low voltage morning self. I'm wide awake. Isn't that a good thing? It's great. I feel amazing. Ii koto desu. Why haven't you been to bed? Moshikashite nete nai desu ka? Oh, it's morning already. Oh, I get it. I completely forgot to sleep. How does a person forget to sleep? It's supposed to be one of the 3 big things humans need alongside nutrition and, you know, nutrition and what? I'm used to staying up all night from my time at the academy. The first time you do it for a paper or something, it's tough. But eventually you start getting a weird kind of high from it. I don't think that's good. I'm worried about you, Natsuki-san. Oh, humans aren't as durable as humanoids. What have you been doing all this time? Just a little something. You'll see when the time comes. Anyway, let's get going to school. I've got some surveying to do. Toriaizu. Gakko he iku ka? Anyways, let's go to school. ATRI-chan, Natsu-kun wa. Actually, let me save this. He said he wanted to be left down alone downstairs. Oh, he didn't want to go too? He said that if I went with him, I'd forget my shoes again. It's pretty rude. He should know that my learning faculties mean I'm not going to lose them a second time. Shita de nani shiteru no? It's like, what's he doing down, like, below? Shita de nani shiteru no? Wakarimasen. Tabun. I don't know, he's probably checking out something related to this thing he drew yesterday. Wakarimasen. Tabun. Probably. Kino kara, from yesterday. Kaite ta kore no koto de. Nani ka... Is that shirabe? I don't know. Shirabe terun da to omoidasu. It's like, I think he's investigating or researching. I think that's shirabeteru. Something. The work for this that he wrote from yesterday. Probably. Seimetsu. Is that what she said? Can't hear her the best. He stayed up all night sketching them. I think he did that for Ririka. I think Ryuji kind of caught on. The water is at about shin level right now, but it should get up to about waist level at high tide. When the tides are particularly high, the waves can make it over the windows, but otherwise they come flooding in up the stairs and then recede the same way at a low tide. There's more than enough water here, but the flow isn't constant. How much is left for this demo? I'm wondering. At the same time, I am like reading some Japanese and stuff, so it'll take longer. I awaken to the sound of a handbell. Right, that's it for today, everyone. Natsuki-kun, you were asleep through the whole class. Sorry about that. I was up all night. It's fun. Iyo, zen. It's fine, completely. It's good completely. Minamo looks bizarrely cheerful, off-puttingly so, in fact. I fetch out my blueprints from inside my desk. Now, what am I going to do about this? Sate doshita monka? Sate doshita monka? I have a plan and a location in mind. But the engineering involved might be beyond me. Well, maybe a Ryuji could help. He's a mechanic. Well, not an engineer, I think, but a mechanic. But he might be able to help. No matter how perfect my blueprints are, it's just impossible for us kids to realize my vision. With everyone's help, this isn't something we could really manage, even. I could hire a pro, but where did we get the money for that? Oi. Rinkyuse. Hey, new guy. Sore, ore no... Koto ka? I think that's koto. Koto ka? Ore no koto ka? I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, someone correct me. I think that kanji means like refers to action, like an action. I turn around and Ryuji is there glaring at me. Koe o kakerare. Can't read that. Mawakuto. Hanashi garu. I want to talk to you. Come. I tense up slightly in the face of that baleful scowl, but not wanting to seem intimidated, I respond in kind. Wakata. Natsuki's worried. He's like, am I about to get my ass kicked? It's like, oh no! Oh no! He takes me down to one of the empty classrooms on the second floor. But right now the tide is out and the floor is actually dry, right? So what do you want from me all alone in a place like this? I don't really need to ask. This kind of thing has happened a lot at the academy. Whenever anyone stepped out of line or was started looking too big for their boots, someone would find a way to strip them of those illusions. There, though, it was never through the obvious kind of kicking I can feel approaching now. Academy students have much more sinister means. I know what you're planning. I want to help. Eh? You want to make a water turbine, right? I saw the plans. You understood those? あれを見てるのか? My family's in the construction biz. We're not exactly big shots, but I've been helping out since I was a kid. I know a bit about making stuff. Construction's a very broad general term, though. I wouldn't have expected this rough-looking wastrel to have any experience in that kind of field. I can't quite believe it, but... それは... It's like, that's great. Before I know it, I find myself shaking him rigorously by the hand. Oh. Uji recoils ever so slightly. He might just be the thing I need to make my plans something more than simply paper and ink. For this kind of small-scale power generator, water is going to be the most efficient medium, and simple in theory, not like we are short of water here. But we've got a problem, the flow. If we can't create a place with a stable, continuous flow in one direction, we're not going to get any power. Unlike my weather vane, making a turbine adjust to an unstable flow just isn't practical. So what I've been thinking is, そこで考えたのか. We knock a hole through the floor? ここに穴を掘るんだろう。その通りだ. Exactly. I whack him on the shoulder exuberantly. They're gonna make a hole in the floor? いてな。いいか。よく聞いてくれ. It's like, right, listen up. いいか。よく聞いてくれ. 聞いてくれ. 聞いてくれ. ドロドロ。ギョロギョロ。夏木さんはどこへ行きましたか? ギョロギョロ. I like those sound effects. It's cute. ギョロギョロ. Gyoro gyoro. Cute. He was sleeping in class. Natsuki-san. Taihen da. Natsuki. Santo Ryuji-chan. Kekko shiteru. Ketto shiteru. ATRI-chan. ATRI's like, if he's in danger, I will protect. Toyu. So, do you think it's possible? Damming the corridor should be possible, but I can't say for sure about the turbine without giving the plans a proper look over. We can adjust the blueprints as we go, depending on what materials we can get and what you think we can realistically manage construction-wise. If you'd like, you could come over to my ship. Natsuki-san. ATRI. Her 10 man, you're getting a rocket. What the frick? ATRI's like, if you hurt him, you're getting a rocket punch. ATRI, calm down. You will. If you like actually punch someone, you will probably kill them. Behind a furious ATRI, Minamo and the kids follow along curiously. Dochi ga katteru? What do you mean who's winning? You should be trying to stop them if they're fighting. Damn little shit. Sabriya hand said, might look a bit grumpy, but he's actually a good guy, maybe. Kenkashita cha dame. Kenkasha dame. Nani tenda omaera. What are you talking about? What the frick? Garu. That's hilarious. Garu. If you want to fight, I'll be your opponent. Ah. I think, what did they say? Keto kara watashi ga. I can't read that one. I know it though. Stop. Yamero. Stop that. I bring my hand down in a karate chop onto her empty head. She was defending you. What the frig? Nani surun desu ka, Natsuki-san? We're not fighting, and even if we were, I don't need your help. You know what will happen if a robot hurts a human. Inochi shimashita ne. Consider yourself lucky. Seriously, what the hell are you guys talking about? Oh, he didn't know that she's a robot? Teyuka, nani? Omae roboto nano? Desu yo. She puffs out her chest and stares him down like she's proud. I like it says she puffs out her chest like proudly and stares him down. But in the visual, she doesn't do that at all. She rather throws her hands up. What the frick? Oh, Zen Mienai. Zen Mienai. It's like you don't look it at all. Henna yatsu dato wa omotte ga. It's like, I just thought you were weird. I thought you were a weird kid. Henna yatsu dato wa omotte ga. Kosen sho desu kara. High performance. Alright, let me get this. I gotta learn how to say high performance. Ko. Oh, that's the. Actually, which one does she use? Not that one. This one. Koseno. Koseno desu kara. Koseno. Koseno desu kara. ATRI. High performance. Koseno desu kara. ATRI wa. Koseno desu kara. Sore de Riji ima or kon nichi hime ka? I think I'm reading that wrong. I know hime is like hime can well, the word has a few meanings. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but I think it can mean free time. But the combination, I don't know about the reading because it changes. It's like, yep, I've got nothing planned. In that case, come to my ship. We have vital things to discuss. Wakata. Alright. Kairu zo, ATRI. Come on, ATRI. Let's get going. Wakarimashita. Okay. Grabbing my hand, patting my shoulder, inviting me to his ship. Some guy's one strange dude. I mean, you've known each other for, I mean, not long, but. Oh, desho. Mada wakaneyo. Ryuji is very slow to trust people. Koko ga omain cha. Main chika. Fune ni sun denda. Kake fune ni sun denda. Whoa, it's a boat. You live on a boat. Wow, you live on a boat, so cool. Fune ni sun denda. Kake. Steki desho. Steki desho. Amazing, right? And nande omae ramade suite ki ten dayo. Why did you guys come? Just out of concern. Don't want you two getting into any fights. Natsuki sensei no uchi mite mitakatana. I wanted to see your house, see where you live. Right, come on in. Taite kure. What, haite kure or ite kure? Ite. No, I think ite kure. I think haiteru. Haiteru is to enter. Haite kure. Come enter. Haite kure. Boarding the ship where, because I think you can also read as like to put in, where the reading is E. I think that's ireru, but hairu is to enter, but they use the same kanji. Oh, radio da, ina. Oh, you've got a radio. That's cool. That's nice. Those are pretty easy to make. I'll teach you how sometime. Honto? Yatta. She's happy. Oh, so you like music. Who doesn't like music? Dona band skinada. I listen to a lot of the old 20th century stuff. Shunyata, auditory teen, sidewalk, real retro, you know? I can't tell you anything about music from any century. I just don't like the silence around here. These days, radio is the most prolific form of media humanity has. Television exists, but there's hardly anything on air. It's a medium purely for the richest now. The great sea rise threw the planet's internet infrastructure into chaos. And any device capable of accessing what's left of the various walled-off networks are now out of reach of the average person. Analog radio, once almost forgotten by people at large, has become mainstream again. Oldies making a comeback. I grab a file from the bookcase and lay it on the desk. I think it was somewhere in here. The file is part of my grandmother's research notes. Ooh. I've hardly touched them since she died, so they're exactly as she left them. The vast majority of her research is underwater now, buried in that storehouse, but there's still a significant amount here. Nani sore? My grandmother was an ocean geologist. She used to research predicted sea rises and was working towards generating electricity using them. She left these for me. They seem complicated. Muzukashi so. Here's the part I was looking for. Atta, kore da. I slide a single page from the stack of intricate drawings. This is what I want to make. It's one of the many plans for hydroelectric generators she created. Uji stares at the paper in silence for a while. I think we can manage this. It doesn't seem like it would be that difficult to construct. What are we going to do about the materials, though? If we made it out of metal, we'd need some pretty heavy machinery. Even if we had that, we're not going to be able to install something that heavy. We wouldn't be able to lift the thing. I can sense the confidence of experience in the tone of his voice. I assume that I want to use, scavenged gear as much as possible. We'll have to make the turbine ourselves. I think I know the perfect material. Fiberglass. It's light, it's easy to work with, and it won't corrode or degrade in seawater. Okay, that's cool. That's true. That's something I learned. Fiberglass. Fiberglass is comprised of plastic reinforced with a membrane of glass fibers. Plastic naturally doesn't rust, and since it's completely waterproof, it's not going to rot in seawater either. Dokana, what do you think? Well, worked with fiberglass before. It could work. Do you have the materials for it? If your family's got a workshop, you should be able to find them, right? Utron's family workshop isn't usable anymore. It got swallowed up by the sea. Exactly, shame. I'm pretty sure we had all the stuff we'd need. They could. I bet Natsuki's gonna dive. He sighs heavily. I'll have to ask around. We haven't talked to most of our suppliers in years, though. It's the bottom of the sea. Why don't you just go and pull it up? Oh yeah, great idea. I'll just put on some flippers and go say hi to the fish, right? Oh yeah, oyoi deka. Oyoi, is that oyoi or is that a... I know Sui is swimming. Natsuki-san can do it, can't you? Natsuki-san nara dekimasu ne? Ah, kite kure. He has the diving equipment. I lead everyone out to where a big egg-like object is bobbing up and down in the water at the ship's fore. I thought that looked weird. What is it? My submarine, the Serpens Albus. He's like, you got a submarine? Yeah, and this is going to take us to your workshop. Nice. The next day. Suge fune da. Nah, sugoi daro. He's only a high school and he's got his own ship. He really must have been up to some really dodgy stuff for this. I'm starting to think I should clear up that I am in fact not actually a murderer. He's like hitman janai. Kokose da. Kokose. Futsu kokose. Be careful on the deck, okay? If you run around too much, you'll fall overboard. Mina ochitara abunai kara. It's dangerous. Like you could fall. Because you could... because of the danger of falling. Ochitara abunai, danger, kara. I know this kanji is used for running, but I don't know ashiru, right? I think so. Ashiri mawata ta ashari. I don't know if it changes here, but I don't think so. Ashiri mawatari shi cha dame dayo. Ashiri mawatari shi cha dame dayo. So yeah, don't run around too much because of the danger of falling. Minamo, my first mate for the day, calls out a warning to the children. Today we'll be diving down to try to salvage the necessary resin we'll need to make fiberglass. We decided to dive in the morning, but naturally Minamo raised an objection to skipping school. Based on the choice of school or salvage, the whole class ended up tagging along. So much fun going on a school trip. A school trip, that's funny. I mean, it is. I suppose her idea is that at least this way it's kind of like taking the kids to see the inner workings of the salvage industry, which it kind of is. Everyone on board? Then we're heading out. ATRI cast off the moorings lines. Aye. Aye aye, Captain. Aye aye. ATRI... what? How would you say Captain? Is it Bucho? Bucho. Kocho, I think, is like principal. Shacho is like a company president. A Bucho. Bucho. I think that's like a captain. Yeah, I think so. Bucho or Cacho? I think Bucho. Yeah. I have Bucho. Bucho. You have Bucho, you have Cacho, you have Kocho, I think. You have Shacho. Shacho is like a company president. Kocho, I think, is like a principal or headmaster. Cacho, I think that's like a manager or equivalent. I think Bucho is like captain or equivalent. I think so. ATRI unties the ropes linking the ship to the pier. I fire up the engine and we set off. Navigating by a map of the town drawn up before the seas rose, we make our way toward our sunken treasure. Kono Atari. Kono Atari. I think that kanji can also mean, so it would be read as hen, depending. Kono Atari no no Hazun Nandaga. This area, Kono Atari. The visibility underwater varies a lot. Ryuji calls up to me from the forecastle. Ataso. It's that building with the square roof. Beneath the gently rippling waves, I can make out the building he's pointing at. Let's drop anchor over there. I'm going to read a little less of the Japanese to go through just the English, just to go through it a little quicker. Because the stream's taking long. I'm almost like, is this a demo or is this like not? We anchor the ship a little away and prepare for work. Ne Minamo-chan. Can we eat our lunches yet? Kita bakari desho. We only just came. For what's quite an important mission, there's a strange lack of tension. ATRI, get ready to dive. Raja des. Minamo, help her out. Oh, is ATRI diving? Honestly, it makes more sense for her to go than for him. Because ATRI's a robot. If anything goes wrong, she's gonna be okay. Like, the water pressure won't, like, kill her. At that depth, it won't, like, damage her. It should not. We start preparing the Serpent's Albus for the task ahead. Our objective, resin. Resin? Sounds like a material you find in an RPG game. According to Ryuji, it seems like the sub will be too big to actually fit inside. That's why we'll have an extra pair of hands to help us. Junbi dektayo. Minamo and ATRI emerge from the cabin. They're in bikinis. suki desu. Looks good. What am I supposed to say? Toto iwaretemo. He's like, oh, she digs his elbow into my side. If you don't say something nice, you're gonna be in for a world of pain. Nanka ite yare. Denai to. Trust me, I've got 2 sisters. I know how this goes. Niao teruzo ATRI. I can't believe I actually remember that. Niao. I learned that kanji like a long time ago. Though I've only been studying Japanese seriously for like 2 weeks. I do have some knowledge in the past. Because I studied it for, well, from anime, picking up stuff, and also I studied it for a few months a couple years ago. I forgot a lot of what I know though. I studied it for basically a couple months, but that was like years ago. And then, yeah. So I'm surprised I actually remember that. Though I don't count like my Japanese total study progress to be a few months long, because those few months of study I did years ago. And then I picked it back up. So I wouldn't say, oh, I've studied for a few months, because I only did that like a while, like years ago. So, and a lot of the stuff I forgot. Anyways, I'm surprised I remember how to read that. Nyateru zo ATRI. Sugetsu. Honto desu ka? Natsuki-san ga home te kuremashita yo. Mina mo home. Homeru is to praise. Homeru. Homete kuremashita yo. He actually praised me, Minamo. Here I am saying I won't read the Japanese, and then I go and I read it. Yokata ne, Atari-chan. Nice. Why are you wearing one too, though? Sore de doshite sui... I can't read that. Huh? Watashi wa sono... Minamo-chan sugoi style ni. Yeah. Oh, the kid's blood. Did she say, don't you think that's a bit skimpy? Wow. I mean, it's not that bad. It's like a normal bikini. What I find like kind of funny though is like, compared to what ATRI usually like wears at night, she wears like bloomers. So like the contrast of her going from that to like the swim gear is like a big gap. Which is funny. The bloomers are cute actually. I would imagine for girls, for women, like panties are like the equivalent of briefs for a guy, and bloomers are the equivalent. Panties are a girl's briefs, and bloomers are a girl's boxers. That's how I imagine that. It's the equivalent of those. ATRI is staring at Minamo with jealous intensity. ATRI ga dototo shita mide. I can't read that, but I know it says swimsuit. Actually, let me look this up. Me using this to do like Japanese study too. Swimsuit. Mizuki. Oh, that's an odd reading. Usually usually for water it would use sui, because that's the oniomi. Oniomi readings are used when you have multiple kanji together. the kunyomi is used just when it's by itself, or not with other kanji. Interesting. So Mizuki, those two together. Okay, this isn't Mizuki though. This is... What friggin' one are they using? Yeah, I don't see it. I can't really look it up because it's not coming up. But Mizuki is swimsuit, but that's not what they're saying. They're saying they're using some different kanji, and I don't know what it is actually. So I can't read that. Don't say stuff like that. This isn't too small, is it? Not it's good. Nyautaruzo. Taking a sudden interest in a seagull in the distance, I stare fixedly beyond her. Natsuku ni homete moraeta. She looks good in it. They both look good in it. Why did my designer have to make me so aerodynamic? What the hell? So Dana. Let's get the show on the road. Diving in the Serpent's Albus. We just have to clear anything in her path that might get in the way. Exactly what role a swimsuit-clad Minamo plays in this equation is unclear. I think she just wanted to show off her figure for you. She's like, there's a good reason. Nani mo ite nai zo. It's like, I didn't say anything. Tell by the look on your face you're wondering why I'm wearing this. It's so that if you fall in the sea again, like last time, I'll be able to pull you out. Is that why she's wearing it? That's actually, like, really nice. She's like, in case you fall in the sea again. He didn't fall in the sea, though. He dived in to try to save ATRI. And then he ended up, like, almost drowning, and she ended up saving him. He went to save her, and then she ended up saving him. It's like, you can swim. Te oyogeru no ka. I'm strangely impressed. Well, for a second. She can doggy paddle, but that's it. She can't even open her eyes underwater like I can. I pat a dejected Minamo on the shoulder and sigh. Let's try to not have no collateral damage here. Don't go jumping into the sea, right? I need you operating the winch anyway. That and keeping an eye on the brats so they don't mess up my ship. Wakata. Makasete. Makasete. Leave it to me. After that last time, she should be pretty familiar with the basics. Are you sure you're going to be okay down there, ATRI? ATRI honto ni daijoubu ka? Nani ga desu ka? Like, why wouldn't I be? You're a delicate machine, right? You're not going to break down if you go diving. I'm equipped with more than enough waterproofing for all everyday applications. I can even take baths. Can she? That's crazy. Bathing, why is she able to take baths? I guess just to clean, kind of a dumb question. To clean her body, a dumb question. Never mind. My specifications say that I should be okay down to a depth of 30 meters. 30 meters. Sanju metoru. Sanju metoru. The workshop is only about 10 meters. She should be fine. Imakara iku no wa seize 10 metoru. Metoru. Kadaro. I don't know what the hell that says. Why does a household robot need to be able to survive 30 meters underwater, though? Yeah, that's kind of weird. She's not a normal robot, that's for sure. If you feel like you're in danger, give me the signal. We'll pull you straight up right away. I'll be completely fine. Kose... Ko... Alright, what did she say? I have to learn that word. She says it so much. If I don't, I will be sorely disappointed with myself. Kose no. Kose no dakara. Kose no. Kose no. Kose no. She wasn't damaged at all when I salvaged her, so she should be okay. Time to commence Operation Resin Reclamation. This guy named it. That's crazy. It's cheesy. But it is an operation. I purge the air in the blast tanks and the Serpent's Albus starts to sink. I have to be right. I'm gonna be right back. Just give me. I just hit the mic. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Back. I purge the air in the blast tanks and the Serpent's Albus starts to sink. In the cockpit is me and one slightly grumpy passenger, Ryuji. Man, it's cramped in here. I'd much rather be doing this alone naturally, but unfortunately I might need help locating the exact right part of the workshop. The atmosphere is more than a little awkward. Yes, just because we're working together doesn't mean we're suddenly friends. So here we are, up close and personal, for the next while at least. Is ATRI still with us? I peer up out of the sub's window. She's still holding on to the anti-shock frame. Noticing me, she waves happily. She seems to be saying something, but I can't hear anything from beyond the glass. Although we've established a few basic signs, I'm still a little worried about how difficult it will be to communicate with her. Uchino Kojo da. Is that Kojo? Yeah, I think Kojo. The factory, the buildings there. Factory building, whatever, manufacturing building. Ryuji mumbles to himself. I remember a small pang of nostalgia that I felt as I saw my grandma's home. Must be even more vivid for him. My granddad set this place up. It might have been small, but we prided ourselves on the quality of our work. We even got orders in from overseas sometimes. If it wasn't for the seas rising, I'd have been carrying on the business. Soka, I see. It's all I can think of to say. Toshika kotae yo kanai. I don't really know what Ryuji's situation is. Even if I did, it wouldn't be my place to comment. Alright, the sub's hitting the bottom. Not bottle. What the hell? The serpent's albus finally settles down on the seabed. Oh my gosh, ATRI, what the hell? She's speaking the language of the sea fishes. This is how they were supposed to sound in the Little Mermaid. Whatever. Basically like underwater Chewbacca's. Yeah. ATRI lets go of its frame and stands beside us. I adjust the blast tanks, filling them with just enough water to maintain neutral buoyancy while ATRI works. Minamo. Kikoeru ka? Can you hear me? Hi. Kikoeteru yo? I can hear. You can really hear them. What's it like down there? I want to go next time. What the... God, stop that. You're in the way. Go on, play over there. That's funny. We've reached the target and we're about to start salvaging. Lower the crane, please. The winch's hook slowly sinks down to meet us. Where will the resin be? The storeroom at the back of the workshop. She'll have to go through those shutters and then right. We already plotted out the place before coming down here, so ATRI should understand that. Robot memory should be peak. Fortunately, the shutters are open. We won't have to force through them. I turn on the lights, illuminating the dark depths of the warehouse. ATRI. Ikesoka. Ready? She's speaking her underwater Chewbacca language. She grins and lets out a cloud of bubbles. My gosh. I can't hear her, but I think I can guess what she's saying. Something about being a high performance enough to find anything probably. Toiterun daro. She gives me some kind of affirmative gesture, bows and walks inside. Be safe, ATRI. No accidents like the last salvage mission. Memories of being buried underneath the rubble of the lab flash through my mind. Even though I'm staying outside, just looking into the building makes my chest tighten. No, it must just be the oxygen levels dropping. Come on, ATRI. Get this done and come back quick. She's only in there for a matter of seconds, but it feels like many long tension-filled minutes pass before she trots happily out. Just like out there in her bikini, like Modot Tanoka. She's like returned already. Modot Tanoka. Yake ni hayakatana. Yake ni hayakatana. Man, that was quick. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like she's holding anything that would contain resin. Masaka. Nanika. Something wrong. She is carrying something though. You got a crowd. What the frig? Sorry, what was that? I think I'm hallucinating from the lack of oxygen. Horemoda. Kani desu te itayo na. Kani. Is that something else I just learned? Kani is crab. I'm learning some words from this. They told her we need the resin, we're low on oxygen, hurry up. She goes and grabs a crab. The movement of her head, the voice I heard, and above all the snapping red thing in her hands. I must be hallucinating them all, surely. Konna ni takusan imasu. Well, that's takusan. I know that word, but I didn't know how to read it. Takusan. Takusan. I heard it again. Mata kikoeta. Yep, it's just my brain interpreting her arms flapping. It must be. Toyuka. Kani wa dotemo ii kara. Who cares about crabs? Get the resin, you scrap. After halfway through putting the crab into the net, makes a gesture as she's just remembered something and trots off back into the warehouse. Taku. Roboto. Nanda yo na. Ah. She really doesn't seem like it. I didn't think humanoids were supposed to be that expressive. Yeah, the ones I saw when I lived in the city were a lot more emotionless. The concept of the uncanny valley often comes up when talking about humanoids. As a robot's appearance and mannerisms become more human-like, there comes a point when they go from appealing to deeply unsettling. If they're totally human, the creepiness disappears, but the humanoids back in the city were firmly in the uncanny valley. Most of them you wouldn't notice, but occasionally there would be just moments where you realized how alien an object you were looking at. I haven't had a single moment like that with ATRI. That's probably just because she's defective. After a moment, ATRI comes out. Thankfully, this time she's carrying a tin of resin. It's like that's in pretty good condition. Doesn't seem to be leaking at all. There should be about 4 more in there. ATRI. Ato. Yon. I can't pronounce that. She gives me a thumbs up and walks through the shutters again. So how are they going to bring it? Oh, they're going to grab it in arms. After a few trips back and forth, we have what we need. She gives me the signal to wait. Grumbling reluctantly, I signal okay. And she goes back in once more. Kani desu yo, Kani, come on. Seriously. She puts them into the net with the resin. She put crabs there? I mean, you know what? Whatever, they got food. They have food now. Hopefully they don't damage the tin or whatever the heck is holding it. Ryokai, ryokai, ryokai dayo, ryokai, 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 ryokai. Cool. So they caught dinner. There they go. Ah, tadaima desu. Feeling alright? Dokomo. Whatever. All my functions seem to be in order. Tabun heki desu. Probably. Fine. Teki. As much as her specs might say she's capable of operating underwater, she wasn't really built for this kind of work. Something goes wrong, it might be impossible to fix. That company went out of business years ago. If you notice anything wrong, tell me right away, okay? Hi. Dodata, Ryuchan. Yeah, donateta. I never want to do that again, being cooped up with another guy in a tiny sub for ages. I mean, it wouldn't have been, it was probably only like 10 minutes or something, but she's like, I want to go too. Soka, atashi mo. It's too scary down there for kids. Don't you know there's monsters at the bottom? Eh. So it's a submarine. Man, I'm so freaking hot. I'm gonna go sit in the shade. He walks over to the shadow of the crane and plunks himself down heavily. He stares into the floor, brows knitted. I can't help but be a little worried about him. Daishobu ka? Are you okay there? You don't look so great. Ah, I'm fine. First time in the submarine. Must be hard for him seeing his old home again. Ryuji looks at Ririka happily chatting away with the other kids. Ruchan said it's scary down there. Okanai te itte zo. Ii na. Boku mo nosete hoshii. It's like, I want to ride too, though. No parents, no home, a little girl living alone in the school. I'm not going to let her in the sub, no matter how much she pesters me. Good. Right now, she's not ready, you know? Thanks, though, for taking me back to that place. It's helped me, you know, think things through. Ah, no problem. I'm gonna take a nap. Man, I'm beat. Toto tsukareta. Toto tsukareta. Choto nemeru wa. Toto tsukareta. Man, I'm exhausted. Tsukareta. He hangs his head and closes his eyes. Kani, and of course there's ATRI to be like, not wake up, we got food, we got crabs. Red Lobster is here. ATRI comes running over with a crab in each hand. Tairo desu yo. You really are a robot, aren't you? What kind of robot gets excited about crabs? Crabs are delicious, and delicious things make you happy. It's like, ATRI, you don't need to eat, so you can watch all of us do that. A robot that doesn't need to eat but still wants to. Kani oishiso dane oishiso dane. This won't get us in trouble for poaching or anything, will it? It should be fine. Tabun, probably. Possibly. We transport the tins up to one of the empty classrooms at school. Yep, these look in good condition. He opens each can in turn. None of them show any signs of damage. There should be more than enough in these cans for what we're planning. Now we just need the other parts. Yeah, I'll draw up a new blueprint. Huh? What's wrong with the ones you've already made? I want to make the dam slightly bigger. When I started planning, I was envisioning it being made of metal, but now we're using fiberglass. We're not limited to flat surfaces. Fiberglass is much easier to mold compared to metals, which would require specialized tools to shape into curves. Now I can make a much more energy efficient design. Omae sugena. So you're pretty amazing. You're amazing. What, that some kind of insult? Nani kata? Yeah. Kotoba no mama da yo. No, I really mean it. You can drive a submarine, you can design generators and everything. Did you learn that at the academy? I did learn some stuff there, but mostly I taught myself. I always used to want to learn everything, no matter what it was. I suppose I picked that up from my grandmother, or my father. Really? Am I bad for busting? Baka nishite warukata yo. It's like, my bad for how it was before. And I guess I'm sorry for assuming you were an idiot too. Oh, my head timber and oh, you're really able to come out and just say that. I'm kind of surprised. Nani gata? Yeah. Omoshire yatsuta dana. You're an interesting person. Interesting dude. They're ready. I'm sure Catherine's going to make a return at some point. Crabs are ready. Hara heta. Hara heta. Haraheta Minamachan Kanin Chodai. Can I have a crab? Taksan aru karane. Hi taksan aru karane. Taksan. She starts to serve up the crab to the starving children and robot. Itadakimasu. Eating. Oishii desu. Honto dane? Who cooked it? Mechaume. There's nothing in the broth but salt, but the crab is so full of sweetness that it's still absolutely delicious. You don't need any seasonings when you have such good base ingredients. I mean, the seasonings would make it even better, but the sea may have stolen all hope from this town when it swallowed up our lives, but you could say it brought some wonderful gifts with it in a way. The seas were how humanity grew so prosperous in the first place after all. The stuff's great. Just another piece of top-class work from Nojima Engineering. I guess so. It takes me back. Preparing food with everyone like this, it's almost like... What is it? It's like a school festival or something, isn't it? Bunka... Matsu? Mitai? Bunka Matsu Mitai. Like culture festival. Gakko Matsu would be like school festival. Well, the culture festival is at the school. Bunka Matsu Mitai. Minamo grins and everyone nods in agreement. Bunka... Oh, not Matsu. I said the wrong reading. Bunka Sai? Bunka Sai. Gakuen Matsuri could be it, or Bunka Matsuri is what I see. Yeah, that's what I see. Bunka Matsuri. Culture festival. It's an event where all classes in school put on some special event, like a play or a cafe or a haunted house. To get the classroom ready, you normally have to stay at school until really late. We used to have them every year before the school got flooded. Tanoshi so desu. Seems fun. I was the prince in Snow White when I was in first year. Be nice, maybe one day we could fill this school with students again and have another. Definitely need electricity for that, right? そのためには学校に電気があった方がいい。そうだよな。Yeah, it'd help with the prep and also for a lot more activities. Tatsu daroshi deshi mono no. We'll get started on the dam tomorrow. For some reason, the bro doesn't even faze me. Sochi koso yoroshiku na. I'll be counting on you. I respond as naturally as anything. To kaishiteita. I think that's how that's read. I never thought for a second I'd actually be getting along with this guy. I guess that's the power of a crab. Gotta respect the crab. Kani no okage nanoka. It's just like ATRI said, delicious things make you happy. ATRI no iu oishii wa ureshii. Oishii wa ureshii. It's gotten really late. After we ate our fill of crab, I spent quite a while with Ryuji examining possible places to dam. By the time we leave the school, the tide has risen and the roads are covered in a layer of glistening water lapped by the waves. Natsuki-san. Watch your step. Ah, yeah. We trudge along the half-submerged pavement holding hands. When did this become normal? Itsu no is that Aida? Aida ni ka kore ga not sure about the reading. We've only been living together a few days and we're already walking everywhere hand in hand. Wait, it's only been a few days? It's probably been like a week, maybe. It makes me strangely uneasy. Hmm. Fuan. I was like, how do you read that again? Fuan. Futo. Fuan ni naru. Fuan. Like, I understood the meaning of that word, but I wasn't sure about the reading, how to read it. If I become too reliant on ATRI, how will I survive when it's just me and my own crappy leg? Simple. Let it not just be you. I'll be fine, I'm sure. I survived until now, haven't I? This reminds me of a scene in March Comes In Like a Lion, where the main dude says, when he's talking about that family he visits, Hina-chan and her family, and he's like, he said something, I can't remember exactly, but something about like being around, like you shine so bright, your light shines so bright that it almost hurts because it makes the darkness feel even colder. Because you shine with so much light and warmth. Reminds me of that. Because, you know, he's thinking about when he's back by himself, how's he going to survive, right? It's like when I'm back in that dark place, it's going to feel even darker having felt this light and warmth. As I walk carefully through the gurgling waves, ATRI suddenly stops and pulls out my hand. Nanika imasu. There's something there. A strange object is lying across the road. Water pushes inland. What on earth is that? Son nandare. A manatee. It's Catherine. I was wondering. Catherine. My erstwhile business partner is lying in the middle of the sunken path. I just, like, I would say, you could ignore her, but I would say just drop her at a police station. Let her spend the night in prison, they'll take care of her, and that way you don't leave her to die on the street. Yeah. She's like, I'm just so used to lie here and let the sea take me. Is she drunk? Of course. The weight breaks against her face and she starts coughing up salty water. I don't detect any danger, but we should avoid her just in case. ATRI's right, should avoid her. we avoid her, she's going to drown. We should help. At the same time, that is true. It's like she pulled a knife on him, but I would say just drop her at a police station. Tell them what happened. But she tried to hurt you, Natsuki. That was not your fault. Shut up. That was partially my fault. You said you'd protect me if things go bad anyway, didn't you? That was not partially your fault, you idiot. Why are you like it's cool if you want to help her, but you literally did nothing wrong. She has no claim to ATRI at all. And then she went and pulled a knife on you. I mean, dude's being a bit of a bitch in his mindset. It's good to want to help her. Even though she wronged you, you know, you help her so she isn't left there to die. Drop her at a police station or something, but don't blame yourself. It's not your fault she pulled a knife on you, the hell. Of course, but my rocket punch is so powerful that I'd prefer not to use it too often. Mochiron desu tomo. Desu ga rocket punchy wa. Something about the power. In that case, just grapple her or use less power or something if you need to. Oh, I can do that. Gakushu shimashita. Gakushu. I'll go and secure her before she drowns. After he lets go of my hand and moments later returns with Catherine draped over her shoulder. Kairi Masho? He thinks he's so good just because he's kinda cute. I get the feeling she's going to raise hell when she wakes up, but we can't just leave her here. Do not take her back to your boat. Oh my gosh, you idiot. Should have just taken her somewhere else. Here it comes. Toko, Koko. Kid's boat. Ah, my head, just how much did I drink? Kinoshita ma. Nonde? Zen oboite nai kedo. Wait, if I'm here, does that mean we... Shitte nai kara. Boya! The instant she wakes up on the sofa, she starts with her unusual nonsense. I've been awake the whole time she's been lying there snoring. Plus, it's not like I just closed my eyes for a bit with a potential murderer snoozing on my couch. I'd have to be crazy to go to sleep across the room from a drunkard who tried to slit my throat the last time I saw her. You should not let her in your home, you idiot. Should have dropped her ass at the police station. That way she doesn't drown or die in the cold. And she also gets, like, you know, arrested for, you know, attempted murder. First, be careful. ATRI's asleep, but one word from me and she'll wake up. A robot always obeys its master after all. That's a complete lie and I know it. This low voltage piece of scrap wouldn't wake up if I kicked her in the head. That's... Atashi ni nani o shita no? Are you crazy? What did you do to me? He helped you out, the frig. After you tried to kill him. Nothing, you were drunk and looked like you were about to drown. So against my better judgment, we brought you here. So, arigato. It's like this doesn't seem like our first time of that happening. I'm sorry about the debt. If you want, take the ship and the sub. I'll sell those to make up for it. Why are you even offering that? This woman randomly showed up one day with papers saying your grandma owed me a large debt. Like, what the hell? Not verified or anything. Sketchy as hell. First of all, you don't know if it's legitimate. You're not sure that those papers are legitimate. Secondly, Your grandmother owed her that money, not you. If she even did. She'd get an order of magnitude less money than she would for a humanoid, but it would probably just be enough. So shitara anta home waru suyo. Homo rusuyo. You'd lose your home. There's plenty of empty rooms in the school I could hunker down in. I could even use the showers there. After driving with ATRI yesterday, we'd borrowed the school showers to wash down. I didn't want to have ATRI's hair smelling of the sea. There's no hot water, but that's not a problem at this time of the year. And cold showers are good sometimes. She's like, owning a ship like this would be nothing but trouble. Konna fu moratate komaru wayo. Are you sure about that? Whoever hired you might not care. So datta wane. She stands and walks towards the door. I should apologize too. Now that apologizing really makes up for before. Oh, did she have an enlightenment that like pulling a knife on someone is like a big no-no? If I went to the police, they'd probably lock you up. They should. Natsuki-san, there's a morning already. ATRI groggily awakens. Dosh? Na ATRI ga... Eh? Catherine scared shitless. Catherine like sees ATRI, wakes up, she's like, damn, I need to go. She's like, I'm about to get my ass beat again. She swiftly makes her exit. Not so threatening for someone who looked like she could have gladly slashed my throat a few days ago. Maybe she's not that evil after all. Was she just bluffing? Kino hirota hito wa doko he itan desu ka? She said thanks and laughed, surprisingly grateful all in all. So desu ne? Well, that's the question of my grandmother's debt solved for the moment, if not forever. Assuming those debts were real. The next day, construction begins. So let's go over the basics of how this will work again. Moving a magnet near a coil makes a current flow through the wire. This is electromagnetic induction, as discovered in 1831 by the British physicist Michael Faraday. He discovered that an efficient way to generate electricity was to rotate a magnet with a coil. The simple mechanism forms the basis of most modern electricity generators. The only question is how you make the magnet spin. What kind of turbine do you use? There's a lot of different options. They're all sleeping. Minamo. Hi. Yes. She jerks out her seat, standing upright. It's rare to see her sleeping in class. Tell me a little about some methods of power generation. You burn fuel, use water, wind, geothermal energy. Oh man. Genshiroku Hatsude. Nuclear fission. That's pretty much all of the major ones. For decades now, people have been saying nuclear fusion power is right around the corner, studying how to practically apply the theories behind it. It's a major subject at the academy. Most all forms of power generation basically come down to turning a turbine. Genshi Rokumo. Genshi Roku. Genshiroku. Is that the kanji for origin or cause? Genshiroku. Because I know genin is cause or origin, but it might be a different kanji. I'm not sure. They're just like fuel burning plants, but the heat is coming from a nuclear reaction instead of burning fossil fuels. And those fancy fusion ones. Whatever, nod. As colossal as the amounts of nuclear energy involved are, in the end, both fission and fusion generators are just spinning turbine all the time. Magica. Seriously. I was just surprised when I found that out. So basically, all of those methods of generation are just converting the energy from the fuel, water, or wind into electricity through a spinning magnet in a coil. The key word there is converting. A generator doesn't so much generate power as it does simply convert it from one form to another. Energy can't simply be birthed by nothing. That's the point of the law of conservation of energy. That means the conversion efficiency of a generator is a key factor. There will always be some energy lost in the form of noise or heat. There are some forms of power generation that don't use turbines, by the way. Solar panels are a common example. But artificial muscle can also generate energy like that. They're a pretty interesting concept, really. The muscles in the human body move by receiving electric signals as well. So I can see the obvious lack of enthusiasm for lecture on advanced biomimetics etched on everyone's faces. Okay, back to the point. What we're going to do is making a generator that utilizes a water turbine. So like a regular hydroelectric dam, right? I shake my head. Strictly speaking, it's a slightly different mechanism. This is tidal power. Tidal power. Voodoo, to shake. That means we're going to be converting the energy of the incoming ocean tides into electricity. I'm going to explain the specifics, so try to follow the best you can. Right, let's go and inspect the location. I lead everyone down to an empty classroom on the second floor. It's low tide and the floor is free of water. First, we smash a hole in here. I tap my prosthetic leg against the floor. That will allow for water to flow down into the first floor. The classroom below is already inundated with the sea. We'll be positioning the turbine in this hole. This floor will fill with water when the tide comes in and then drain again when it goes out. It will naturally flow through the hole we made and will convert the energy of that movement into electricity. It sounds simple when you put it like that, until the tides just get higher and higher and higher. Did she say it's like a whirlpool? That's funny. Fuzu. Fuzu ga dekiru zo. Fuzu. Whirlpool, okay. Ririka throws her hand up and doesn't even wait for me to call on her. Exactly, and we're going to use that whirlpool. Sonotori da. We'll make energy from both the rotational force of it as well as the water falling. There are quite a few ways to design a hydroelectric generator. Most people will have seen hydroelectric dams, but it's also possible to install water wheels in irrigation ditches, pipes, or any other kind of running water. The key is that there has to be a smooth flow in one direction. Unfortunately, the water on the second floor flows in one direction and back out in the other. There's only one way we can take advantage of that. A turbine with an axle aligned vertically, not horizontally, will be able to turn efficiently regardless of what direction the water is coming. So, what exactly do we have to do? There's 3 major things we need. To smash open that hole, I'll walk you through the process to do that now. That's first. Easy enough to say that, but this is going to be tough, you know? We won't be able to use electric drills or anything. True, we don't have electricity until we generate it ourselves. Well, we'll manage somehow. Why not just have... I'm going to say, like, maybe ATRI can punch a hole in the wall. Well, we'll manage it somehow. What's second on the to-do list? So the tide comes flowing up from the first floor corridor, right? At high tide, it rises up the stairs and floods the second floor. The stairs are currently the only path in or out for the water. Yeah, and it goes back the same way. If all of the water takes the path of least resistance and flows down the stairs, our hole will be useless. So we need a valve, in other words, a dam that will let the water in but prevents it from leaving again. That will create a reservoir that's guaranteed to drain through through our turbine. We'll have to think about how we construct that, but I think we can manage it. The third thing, of course, is the most important. We can't make a generator without a turbine. I want it to be about 1 meter in diameter, and it'll need to be tall enough that the axle is above the water line at high tide. I unfurled the blueprints and showed them to him. He took out his scribbles. Well, making it out of fiberglass using the resin we salvaged yesterday. Sound good? Do they have enough? There are 2 important things when it comes to designing power plants: lifespan and fixability. Power plant should ideally be able to be operated safely for as long as possible. Entire communities can depend on them, and they need sustainable sources of power. However, no matter how long it is designed to last, there is always a chance it will encounter problems. Thus, it needs to be constructed in a way to allow safe maintenance. And in the event that it breaks beyond repair, it has to be able to be recreated easily. Fiberglass is perfect for our needs in both aspects. It won't rust in seawater like metal. And as long as you have the molds and plans you used originally, you can rebuild the same structure over and over again. And most importantly, it's easy to work with without electric tools. Sounds good mostly. Got a couple of problems though. I try to give it as large a surface as possible to get the most out of our limited flow of water. That's fine. The blades will be easy to make in fiberglass. The problem is these parts. Where we attach them to the axle, they're too complicated. Can you simplify it? Nara kosuru todota. Then how about this? That might make it too weak, right? You sure about that? Then maybe we can trim these parts down. Minamo-chan, can we go back to the classroom? So I suppose so. It seems like this might take a while. We're so engrossed in our discussion that we hardly notice everyone leaving us completely alone. Thus, construction gets underway. I assume this thing, demo, whatever, will end after they build it in part. I don't know. The first order of business is to carve large polystyrene blocks into shape. These will form the molds. Fiberglass's ability to be molded is one reason it's widely used, and its high strength to weight ratio, pound for pound. It's goated. there and there. Kinda looks like snow when you carve it like that. Yuki mitai da. Honto nare. The kids are mostly treating this like fun, but they're still doing good work. Once they reach a certain point, however, I have to step in to do more delicate parts. Watashi mo tetsudai ga shita dai desu, Natsuki-san. Let me help too. She looks at me with puppy dog eyes. Not a chance, he'll break everything. Such is the fate of a killing machine. I must learn to control my horrific powers. We've got limited resources here. We can't afford too many failures. I'm going to go and check up on how it's going downstairs. Come give me a hand. Aye. She takes my hand with a disconsolate pout. We can tell that work is going on as soon as we approach the stairs for the second floor. Clanging metal echoes off the old concrete walls. I thought they weren't using metal. Or the sound stops as we approach. Kate! Uji rests his pickaxe against the wall and takes off his gloves. His hands are red, raw, and calloused. This might be more difficult than I anticipated. I thought I could manage it, but at this rate it's going to take a whole month just to get a hole made. The dilapidated old building is more sturdy than I could have imagined. Maybe I should help out too. Oreni mo tetsuda daetara in daga. Nah, I'm the only one around here built for the rough stuff. I'm sure I'll manage it. He dons his gloves again and grabs his pick. To be honest, I'd prefer if he was freed up to help with the more complicated parts. Okay, sorry about that. I can't exactly do this kind of job with my leg. I suppose it will have to be him who handles the manual work. Ah. Soda, ATRI. Nandesho. It's hard to remember because she looks like a small, fragile girl, but she's definitely the strongest here. Her strength is pretty much the only thing she's useful for. Unless you got a hankering for some crab. Tetsu date morate moi ka. Nanarito. Nanarito. Sorry. I want you to take this pickaxe and open up a hole here. Just knock out all the concrete in the circle. A line marking out the size of the turbine is drawn on the floor. Oi, you're gonna make her oi. Daijoubu nanoka. She's a robot. Konna no rakusho desu yo. Rakusho. Konna no rakusho. Rakusho. Desu yo. Let her give it a try. Ikimasu yo. Sure. She cracked straight through it. Dude, she's a robot. Surprised the pickaxe didn't break. Kore ga sento robot no. Real power? Sento. You're some kind of Sento robo. Da Tanoka. Sento robo. Sento robo da Tanoka. Ah, Chigazo. Don't listen to that idiot. It's an ultra top secret, don't tell anyone. Majikayo. He can't actually believe her, can he? Well, keep that up, ATRI. We're gonna do some work upstairs. ATRI's triumphant smile vanishes. Doshita, Kuni. What is this suddenly? I'm supposed to be your leg. I should be by your side at all times. You know what would be really useful? A leg you could take off and have knock out a floor for you. What a high performance leg that would be, eh? So don't worry about me. Everyone else is up there to look after me. ATRI throws aside the pickaxe and trots over to me. She grabs a hold of my shirt sleeve. So robot, my operational activities are hard-coded. Being by your side is my highest priority. Right. Well, it looks like I'm staying here. I'm worried that you won't stick to the line anyway. Ryuji, can you handle things upstairs? Gotcha. Any problems, just yell. Nanka attara. Kikinikuru. I think that's what it said. With Ryuji gone, ATRI reverts to a wide, gleeful smile. Dewa. Okay then, in accordance with your wishes, it's time to show you just how high performance a demolition machine I can be. She happily goes about swinging the pickaxe. Why does she hate being separated from me so much? I can't tell whether it's her programming or she just wants to see me to see her working hard. Whatever the case, I'm happy to have her strength to help out. For a while, I have nothing to do but watch over her. When the sun begins to dip and the high tide threatens to invade the second floor, I take ATRI to see everyone. How are things up there? Kochi Hodota. Going great. Mate mate. Wow. Come on, guys. It might not feel like it, but this is class, you know? Damn, those kids never shut up. The whole digging work went well, thanks to ATRI. Let's head home before it gets too dark. Mate. Wait. While you were downstairs, we made a few things. The desk is a pile of rice balls and a steaming bowl of miso soup. We helped to make them, didn't we? Ririka tara mo tetsutatan dazo. Boku ga tsukutanda. I made the big one. I helped Minamo-chan make the soup. Worker's grub, huh? I thought everyone might be hungry. Might as well try to chow down before we go. Nah. You can have some too, you know. In desu ka? Yeah, you worked hard enough, I suppose. Delicious food makes you happy, right? Oishii wa ureshii nandaro. Hai desu. Hai, ATRI-chan. No. Boon? No, boon. Thank you, Minamo. Food tastes even better after a hard day's work. Dana? I know, right? There's plenty more where that came from. Itadakimasu! Rika's hungry. They hungrily chop down What's up, Natsuki? Doshita no Natsu-kun? Kuchi ni awanakatta? Yeah. Oishii natte. They're great. No, they're great. Don't worry. The crab yesterday was great too, but you can't really mess up crab. But better after a hard day's work, huh? I savor the salty taste against my tongue, thinking about how long it's been since I ate such a filling meal. For a while, every day passes at this languid pace. We work from sunrise to set, enjoy Minamo's feast, and then head home. We reach the end of another long, exhausting day. The hole is pretty much done, I think. Hi. Oi. Brats. Oh, you gotta call us that, hitman. Or I guess maybe foreman makes more sense now. What the hell? I really don't need another nickname. Don't go anywhere near that classroom on the second floor. If you let the tide pull you into that hole, there'll be no getting you out. Shinjao no. Yep, you too, Ririka. Don't you go snooping around just because you're curious. Wakata. I mean, like, he's right. If they fall in that hole, they won't be able to get them. Only ATRI could possibly do it. If they're there. I think they understand how dangerous it is. I shouldn't have to worry about them. The molds are all finished. We can start laying the fiberglass in them now. I'll help too when I have a hand to spare. Thanks. We'll need all the help we can get. This really does feel just like we're getting ready for a school festival or something. I have a snack here, so I'm just gonna take a bite. I have like a snack here, a Ringo apple. I don't know how to say it, but soro, like gradually, like taberu, eating. Tabete. A Ringo apple. A Ringo apple is a type of kudamono fruit. Yeah, anyways. So the apple, the Ringo that I'm eating, taberu, I kamu, bite, or to chew it. Did they, I can't speak in full sentences. Did they have festivals at your last school, Natsuku-kun? Well, actually, let me save. Now let's save. And continue. Well, it wasn't really that kind of place. Everyone was too engrossed in their studies or personal research to enjoy those kinds of frivolous things. It was a high school, right? What kind of high school kid does research? At that place, as long as you could get good results, you could study whatever specialist subject you wanted. Even I did. What kind of thing did you research? The basics of robot construction and potential applications of robots in extreme environments. Roboto kogaku. Robot manufacturing. Wo kogaku. Kogaku. Roboto kogaku. That's a word that even if they didn't say it, I could understand it. Because I know that individual kanji. The kanji for industry, the kanji for like construction or manufacturing, whatever. And that other one is for studying. Roboto Kogaku. Oh, that's amazing. I don't know anything about that stuff, but it's probably, amazing. That's funny. So how did you go from fancy research and all that to slumming it in a backwater like this? Well, it wasn't exactly by choice. I laughed darkly, taking a seat, stretching out my right leg. I undrew the straps on my prosthetic limb. I was 8 years old when I lost my leg in a tunnel collapse. That was the reason why I first came to this town. My mother died in that same accident. The doctors said that I should recuperate somewhere peaceful, and so I was left with my grandmother. I was back before the seas rose, when the coasts around here was so beautiful. I should say were so beautiful. They were so beautiful. Not was. That's mistaken English. The landscapes were truly stunning too, almost serene enough to soothe a soul as fractured as mine. One day, after I'd recovered, I met a girl. I noticed there's some mistakes with the English in this. But not many, only a few, here and there. Oh, you mean me? No, it was a beautiful older girl. Oh, poor Minamo. Minamo-chan, don't mind. Don't mind. Don't mind. It was all thanks to her that I was able to get back on my feet again. And then I met Minamo too. We used to play together all the time, didn't we? Granny even let us go on our boat sometimes. Granny. My grandmother, Yachigusa no Ko. Whenever she found me sneaking onto that ship that I not call home, oh, she would scream my ears off. Natsuki-sensei donna kodomo dattanda. What kind of kid was he? So he was gloomy. Even if you talked to him, sometimes he'd stare at you completely stone-faced. The more things change, eh? Haha. But he was always really clever. He'd teach me so many things. Ima to onaji da. Same like that. Yeah, it sounds like he's the same. Onaji da na. Sorry for being such a miserable kid. Warukata yo. Can't read that golly. You did start to smile a lot more when you'd been living here for a while though. During the time I was hanging around with Minamo, I was gradually getting used to life without my right leg. And then, well, so did it. I thought I had to save the world. My father got me to apply for the academy. I passed entrance exams fairly easily, with a little studying. Oh, what's up with your old man anyway? Where is he? He's, well, I don't know. He's probably out there somewhere working on his own projects. Probably doesn't even know that I'm back here. The hell? Sounds like a real great dad, huh? Nanda yo sore. Oya nandaro. Some fathers are like that. Anyway, I got into the academy and I threw myself into studying how to I had to step out my room for a second. My father did give me one thing as a present when I started, a cybernetic leg, a much nicer one than this junk. It was advanced, expensive, high performance even. It was like I was whole again. I worked hard to stand out at the top of the middle school classes, carried on those results into high school. The teachers were even humbled by my knowledge sometimes. I can imagine that you there looking down on the adults with that superior expression of yours. What? It's like he can look into the past. Yes, it's true. Would always try to humiliate the less specialized teachers with my particular fields of knowledge. I just couldn't respect them. They were like cogs in the machine. They didn't make for the best relations with everyone there. That didn't make for that. Well, yeah, because you're being arrogant to people. That all changed at the beginning of this year. I couldn't afford the tuition anymore on just my father's stipend. That gave the teachers the perfect excuse to have me excluded. Yeah, you get those kind of odd adults everywhere, don't you? All I could do was sell the leg and pay my fees with that. It's hard to believe with a disability when you've got no one there to help you, when there's not a single person on your side. It's my own attitude that left me in that situation. In the end, I just couldn't stay there anymore. I ran away. After paying it, get your money back. The air among all listening doesn't quite seem quite so sympathetic after hearing my tale of a self-inflicted woe. Look at who I'm talking to. There's Ririka, who lost her parents and her home, now lives in a dark, empty classroom. What I've been through is nothing compared to her. Ryuji's family lost their home too, and I'm sure the other kids have similar stories. Everyone in this cursed age has their own pain. So, datanda. Maya mo kuro shitanda na. Hasn't everyone? I'm sorry I told everyone that you were a murderer. Like, I'd rather everyone think that now than know the truth, if anything. But why did you come back here? Couldn't you have gone to your dad or something? I thought I'd just get in his way. My grandmother was at least, well, still alive, so you know. Soredake ka. That's the entire reason. Dake towa. What else could there be? Dude, like watashi ga ita kara. I mean, almost like maybe you came back for me. Of course not, I'm joking. Got a little carried away there. I guess that's part of it too. It's reassuring to not be completely alone, at least. There's one thing my time at the academy taught me, it's that. So Nanda. Ryuji grins. Ryuji, he knows Minamo likes the main dude, so he's kind of like trying to edge them together. I get what's really going on here. He came back looking for that girl you liked, the One-san. So nano. Natsuki sensei, akaku natta zo. Akaku natta zo. Ha. I thought you were some high and mighty gloomy guts. You've got a cute side to you after all. That's hilarious. That teasing. Kawaii. Kawaii toko aru ja jane ka. Urusai yo. Coming out here chasing his first love. Ha ha ha. I shouldn't have got carried away. I've said far too much. What was the point in talking about all of this stuff anyway? Wari. It's like, I didn't want to make you mad. I just thought you might be a nicer guy than you look on the surface. Say, Ryuji, you're well known around here, right? Don't say another word. I know what you're going to say. The answer's obvious. I'll help you find her. That's hilarious. Minamo might not want to hear that though. No, I was just thinking that you might be able to help me find a job. I can't rely on my father anymore, so I need to find a way to support myself. Well, I might be able to get you a baito, a part-time job somewhere. Should be somewhere that'll take him, right, Minamo? Dodaro. There are only so many jobs that someone with my body can manage. I've got debts I inherited from my grandmother. If I don't pay them back, well, I have to sell ATRI. Sorry, mata. Damida sonano. Ne, ATRI-chan. Yeah, I always understood that it will happen. In fact, I'd really like to help out by being sold and making them a lot of money. Ideally, I'd like him to be able to buy a brand new leg. Not that he'd ever be able to get one as high performance as me, of course. I've told you that's not what I want. Get it into that toaster brain of yours. You said it again. According to the relevant law, that means you have a toaster for brain, not me. What the frick? I'm rubber, you're glue. That doesn't even make sense. What are you, like 4? You gotta get the kids back before it gets dark. I mean, Ryuka just lives there, so yeah. Ryuji's gonna help him find a job. Ah, that's okay. Wakata. Arigato. Arigato. A few days of construction pass. You've moved on to one of the most important processing parts, molding the fiberglass. I thought the molds were made. Oh, well, now they actually have to, the molds are made then. Now they have to mold the fiberglass out. I'm skipping a little bit of the dialogue. Streaming for a while. How am I still not done this? What the frick? It's going to be a while before these things harden up properly. When fiberglass cures, it gives off a horrendous stench. Even with the windows open, it's tough to even stay in the same room. Maybe we should go shopping while this is drying. Make our way to the market district. What you asked for just came in, lad. I've been waiting for this. The real heart of our generator is here. The main part of the core is the motor. This one's a basic second-hand model, but if we can make it spin, the magnet rotating inside the internal coil will generate electricity. To convert that electricity into a useful voltage, we've got some wires and a transformer to attach it to. We've already got a battery, haven't we? The old junker we've been keeping at my place has got one in it. That'll be good enough, right? Yeah, more than enough. One of the problems with renewable energy resources is that the amount of power they generate throughout the day isn't very consistent. I think that said isn't very inconsistent. Should say it isn't very consistent. But by storing some, it's like it's not very inconsistent. It works fine. It's like, what? Then how's that a problem? It's not very consistent though. How much will that be? Ikura desu ka? He taps away at his calculator. This should be good. I'm cutting my margins pretty fine for you on this one, you know. Even so, it's an amount that would stretch the purse strings of any high schooler. Ryuji, Minamo, and I all have to pool our resources to afford it. There goes all my allowance for the month. Kongetsu, no. Whatever. We're all in the same boat. We're all in the same boat. I don't even know how I'm going to get through tomorrow at this rate. Maidoari. Just as we are about to trudge off out of the store, the owner calls out behind us. Oh yeah, you know that girl with the flashy makeup you were hanging around with? Catherine. What did she do? What, did she do something stupid again? Catherine ga doka shimashita ka? That wasn't Hana-chan, was it? Who? I don't know her real name or anything about her, for that matter. All I know is that she said that she came from the big city. Gotcha. Yappari. Betsujin nanokane. Betsujin nanokane. Different person. Betsujin, I think. A lot of rumors have been going around about her, though. Guys are saying they've seen her stumbling around drunk and such. Some saying she's a dead ringer for some Hana-chan, Osada Hanako, who took off 3 years ago. I don't really know how to respond. I hardly know anything about Catherine, let alone this Hana-chan. Next time I see her, I'll ask. When we get back, Ririka's working by herself. Kai desh kara, back from shopping, modotte kuru to. Kai desh kara modotte kuru to. Ririka ga hitori de. I can't read that. Whatever. I know the kanji individually, just I can't read it together. Omae jousu ni natta na. I've gotten good at this. Sensei ni oshete moratta kara. Natsuki taught her how to do it. Ririka doesn't even look away from her work. What, he like a teacher now or something? Natsuki? Sensei, Natsuki ka. Ah, shimata. Nandemo nai ano. Hitsu, himitsu, himitsu, himitsu dakara. Himitsu. It's like, you hiding something? I'm hiding nothing. Nani mo kakkoshite nai. End up doing like more streams if I don't finish this today, where like my last 2 to 3 streams will just be like finishing this game, actually finishing this game, the true finish of this game. Will I really finish this game? Even just a demo, but I'm going through this pretty slow. I'm also reading the Japanese and stuff, so I have like food in my mouth right now. For a while, we're all silently engaged in our work. Hey Natsuki, you know what that guy said about that Hana-chan? Doshita no Ririka. You know something? Nandemo nai no yo. She's lying. I think I know who you was talking about. Shiteru no ka. You know. Yeah, now that I think about it, my eldest sister used to be friends with a girl who was called Hanako. Her last name was O something too. Why do you know her though? An acquaintance of mine looks like her apparently. Or maybe she really is a local. I don't want to pry into people's past. You should pry into her past. She showed up randomly saying that you know your grandmother owes her money and that you have to pay it and all this shit. Yeah, I'll look into her past. The hell? I won't dig. You should dig deep into the circumstances. What is wrong with you, you idiot? This guy's like, for someone so smart, he's so dumb. Holy shit. It's like, where are the other kids? On the roof, I guess. I didn't see them. Rika, do you know where they've gone? They went downstairs. I told them not to, but shitakte. Blood rushes to my head. ATRI, hi. I grab hold of her hand and start running. The second floor is on the brink of being swallowed by the high tide. Those dumb kids, they told them not to go there. It's dangerous. I can feel my feet about to give way beneath me, but ATRI keeps me upright. Toru-kun. Hear the sound of screams coming from the room where our drainage hole is now filling with water. We charge across the threshold, huh? And find there, soaking wet, and holding a child beneath each arm on the lip of the hole, Catherine. Behind her, the tide is swirling around the hole in rising and falling motions, almost as if it is breathing. ATRI, take the kids. ATRI, kodomo tachi o tanomu. Oh, helping them, leaving them to her. She grabs each of them and pulls them back into the corridor. I pull Catherine through the door and the water surges behind us. My prosthetic leg almost slips from underneath me. It's fixing, straining against my stump, but I manage to force my way back into calmer water, barely. Nani o yateru no anta tachi. What the hell are you two doing? What's wrong with her? She instantly begins scolding the two children. Oh, she's scolding them. I thought she was scolding the main dude. Did anyone tell you not to come down here? It's dangerous. Oh man, why would you do that? They said there's a hole where you could die in and it's dangerous. No one would have been able to save you, not even me. She glares at the whimpering children, then throws her arms open and pulls them in a hug. Oh, for a murderer, she's quite attempted murderer, she's quite compassionate. These kids wail and bawl as they cling to her. Donaterunda. As relieved as I am to see them safe, I'm confused why Catherine is there. She accompanies us back to the classroom where she suddenly turns on us. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I was almost getting sucked into that vortex down there too. That thing gets you, it's lights out for you. Sorry, that's the fault of my design. Her scolding is so strangely powerful that everyone, me included, looks suitably cowed. Cowed? What the hell? I feel far more scared than I ever did when she had a knife at my throat. Bunch of brats. Just little kids pretending at being teachers, the three of you. Why exactly are you here though? Giku? Was it just you're just passing by? Really? Really? Tori tada keyo. Passing by the school you can only get into by boat? Gomenasai. Doshite riri ka gomenasai suru no? Atashi ga hirote kitanda. It's like I picked her up. I took her in. Hirote kitanda. Hirote kita. Oh my gosh. Huh? She's saying marvelous? This fool. This alcoholic. And Catherine just causing problems for everyone. So she was passed out drunk in front of the school. Very classy. So took her. This like child took her in. Is feeding her. My gosh, she's like her nanny or something, or like her. Ririka's like Catherine's foster mom or something. The hell. Don't make me sound like a stray dog. I mean, you basically are one. Is it bad if Hana-chan stays here? Damn it. I'll make my excuses and go. Thanks for the roof over my head. We should lock up that room to make sure the kids can't get in there anymore. Yeah, because they're dumb as fuck. Told them they could die, like, if they go in there. And they're like, oh, we'll just risk it. The frig. Kids are curious, yes, but like, holy shit. How active are their parents in their lives? Soon after a lot of trouble and some significant mistakes, our generator is ready to be installed. As the low tide, we assemble at the classroom to put it into place. We position the turbine over the hole in the floor. Okay. Installation complete. After Ryuji finishes looking up the wires, everyone breaks into applause. Can we use the electricity now? Mo denki tsukaeru. Tsukaeru. Can we put the fan on? Not yet. This will only start making electricity when the second floor fills up at high tide, then the water starts going back out. It's not going to be generating a massive amount either, so we'll need to charge the battery properly for a while to make sure we've got enough. It'll be night before we can use it, right? Yoru ni nachao ne. Nachao. Yoru ni nachao ne. Exactly. Which I suppose is perfect. We'll test it out then, and I suppose you can have a party or something while we do. What's with that tone? As if you're above having fun. Yeah, I know you want to have a party too, that's good. Ore wa betsu ni? I don't really care. But you always look like you're in heaven when it's the end of the day and you get to chow down on Minamo's feast. Everyone snickers at ATRI's innocent observation. Okay, I'm looking forward to it, whatever. Hi, tanoshimi da yo. Kawaii na natsu. Wow, what the hell? Ryuji slides. Siddles? That should say slides, right? Not siddles. I don't think siddles is a real word. What the frig? There's some actual spelling mistakes in this visual novel. Translators need to do better with that. There's not a lot of them, but there's been more than several. At least a few in this stream alone. Wait, stop that. Come on. We've not done wiring. We're not done wiring up the light set. If we don't finish by tonight, we won't be able to test them. Get back to the classroom. We got to make up for all the studying we missed making this thing. Come on. Ija. Kyokurai. Kyokurai. With characteristic energy, we dive right back into normal lessons. The sun sets on our sinking town. The tide should just about be going out now. I head down to the second floor to take a look. I take particular care, given what happened earlier, not to let myself be dragged by the current. Oh, Natsuki-san. Yugoitemasu yo. Although the tide has retreated, the second floor is still full of water as a result of our dam. It looks like we'll have plenty of water, but the flow is slow. It's not making much of a whirlpool. The turbine isn't moving at all yet, but I expected that. Should spin more when the tide is low enough that there's a bigger gap between the hole and the water level on the floor below. The problem is making sure there's enough water left when it starts to turn properly. I've made the hole smaller than it could be in order to slow the flow until then. If there's still not enough left, I have other plans in mind. Blocking the doorway completely with a door that can be opened to let the water to the room is one option, but that would require extra construction. A sandbag dam to hold in more water might be an easier option to consider. I guess we'll see what happens. Shibaraku wa kore de... Can't read that part. After class, everyone goes home briefly, only to soon return to the school. I hope that thing's working properly. If it isn't, we can just adjust it. Oi, Mina. Ririka's like just waiting for everyone. We carefully make our way up to the classroom by flashlight. Mina osoi zo. Ah. If the generator is working, then the lights should come on if we just flick the switch on the wall. Ririka must have been fighting that temptation this whole time. Oh, she could have like done it, but she wanted to wait for everyone. That's nice. Come on, let's not pretend this is some kind of big event. Just flick the switch. It is a big event. Shh. I can tell you're the most excited of us all. I can see your eyes sparkling. Even in the dark, you can't get past my cyber senses. Urusezo Roboko. He didn't say toaster. Transliteration. He said Uruse Roboko. A robot child. Roboko wa roboto. Heno. I can't say that. Didn't anyone tell you to respect your elders? Watashi no hoga toshu desu. Toshu desu. Watashi no hoga toshu desu. Got age up on you. I'm older. Sorry, Natsuki sensei. I think so too. He worked the hardest. Really? I think Ryuji and ATRI did most of the work. Most of the construction was handled by Ryuji, and we would have never broken through the floor if not for ATRI. We wouldn't have been able to do anything without your blueprints, though. Well, we wouldn't even have thought about this without you. I could never come up with a plan like this, man. You guys from fancy schools really are something. I sigh and shake my head, if only to hide my blushes. Well, you know, I suppose I shall humbly take on this duty. I can't even see the switch, though. ATRI, give me a hand. Hai desu. She takes me by the hand and leads me to the wall. Ja. Right, here we go. The switch flicks. Oh. 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 Sweeta. 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 It takes a moment, but the light gradually twinkles into life. Suge akarui. It's so bright. Wa. Nani kore. Oh yeah, because they don't have any light. They just have sunlight. Yeah, no electricity, duh. So it makes sense. They're so excited. sort of. The children dance around excitedly. Kodomo tachi ga dasu. It's like it's their first time they've ever seen such a simple thing. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. It's so bright. It's incredible, Natsuki-sun. Kun akarui, sugoi, sugoku akarui yo. Natsu-kun. What are you crying for? Nakuna yo. Mitomo ne na. Usu. Both of them have tears. They're crying. Minamo's full on crying. Ryuji's tearing up. Everyone's excited. GG. Doshite naku no desu ka? Has there been some kind of a failure? Atri looks at them in utter confusion. It's just I haven't seen it so bright at night since the seas rose. Hontoni na. I have to like bite my snack, so give me a second. Normally, the only lighting is town. That should say in town. Yeah, this visual novel has spelling mistakes. I'm very surprised that there's so many spelling. Like there were spelling mistakes in that other visual novel one, the demo for it, anyways. There's mistakes in this one. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you think them putting it out and selling it, the translations would be better, especially when they're made by such well-known companies, such huge companies. The translations are fine. Some parts are more like transliteration, but even ignoring that, I'm just talking about like the spelling mistakes. Since starting the demo for this, I've seen more than several spelling mistakes. I don't know if I would say a dozen, but close to a dozen. Though you can still understand it, but still. They need to proofread more. Especially if you're going to be charging money when you're such a big, renowned company. Just being honest. They only provide you with the bare minimum of light, which leaves the place quite quiet and gloomy by night. So they don't have a proper electrical system in the town. So he's actually can really help and innovate that. As much as I might try to play it down for people who have been enduring those conditions for many years, now this really must be moving. I thought this town was completely doomed. The population's dwindling, the school shutting down. All of the adults have completely given up to the point where they won't even hire us a teacher. That sucks. Yeah, we've always just been told to shut up and accept what they tell us. Thought we didn't have the power to change anything by ourselves. See, this is how you actually change things in a good way. Because all the adults and everything were giving up. Like on electricity, on the school and stuff. On just the town, they were giving up on it. But they went and worked together, Natsuki and all of them, and made a generator for the school, got electricity working. You could like extend this to the rest of the town, and yeah. Arigato, Natsu-kun. Natsu-kun ga kaite kurete yokata. Thank you so much, Natsu-kun. I'm so glad you came back. Just because we've lit up one classroom doesn't mean we've changed the entire town and its futures, guys. In fact, basically nothing has changed at all. Demo, ora, konna ni akarui. I know, but it's so bright. We've done this all alone without any help. I suppose bright lights like these might give the despairing some hope. And if someone has hope, they can move forward. No matter how far away that light is, even if it's a million light years away, someone with hope can walk on, believing that one day they may reach it. Sona hikari. Is that hikari? Or might be a different reading. Toga. Donna ni toku. Some of that I can't read. Nan manyen nen. I can't even read that. I know the individual kanji for it, but I can't read it together. I can read books even in the nighttime now. Yoru nano ni hon ga yomeru zo. Ohiru mitai da. Ohiru mitai da. It feels like hiru is like afternoon, lunchtime, lunch. I know hiru gohan would be. Hiru is like noon. Afternoon. Yeah. And then we can play all night instead of going to sleep. Yeah, I don't know about that. Go to sleep, kid. Minamo and Ryuji watched the smiling children with moist eyes. Moist eyes. Quite the description. Even I find my usual stony expression relaxing somewhat. The only person in the room not visibly moved is ATRI. She merely looks on impassively. Doshitanda, ATRI? What's wrong, ATRI? So people cry when they're happy, which means that everyone is happy now. Is that a correct interpretation of this situation? Yeah, that's right. You should be happy too. We made this light together after all. I see. This is a situation in which I should be happy. I don't possess crying functionality though. Wara ba ii daro. How about smiling then? Hai desu. ATRI grins widely and joins the dancing children. Totemo akarui desu. Yatta na kobun. What a wonderful sight. Sore wa nanto mo. I can't read that. Ashi. Some of it I can't read. With everyone present in high spirits, we begin our tidal-powered celebration party. It's so cool with the fan blowing on you. I want to get electricity at home too. Uchi ni mo denki hoshii na. If it was as bright as this at my place, I could stay up all night having fun. Yoru ga akarui to itsumo de demo. Can't do that. You'll set a bad example for the little ones. Is it bad for me to stay up reading books too? As long as it's not too late, that's okay. The party looks like it will go on long into the night, fueled by Minamo's home cooking and plenty of freshly squeezed juice. Eventually I find myself sitting by the window spacing out. Natsuki-san, otsukare desu ka? Are you tired? No, I'm okay. What's up, Natsu? Already? Mo nemu kayo. You've been up every night working on the blueprints, right? That's nothing unusual for me. I've pulled a lot of all-nighters. Stick out my head out the window to take a breath of fresh air. Warm wind tickles my face, tinged with the scent of the sea. Doshimashita. Drawn by my gaze, Atri looks out the window. Yappari kairo kana. I think we should go after all. So she might nayo. It's like, are you okay? Should I take you? Almost don't worry about it. Nasi San's got little old high performance me with him. Atri's like, makasete. Leave it to me. I take her by the hand and make a move toward the door. Okay, we're gonna head out. Matana, Natsuki. Natsu. His name's Natsu, not Natsuki. Why do I keep saying Natsuki? Oyasumi Natsu. Oyasumi nasai, Natsuki sensei. She did not say nighty night. She said goodnight, Natsuki sensei. Natsuki. With Atri and Tao, I leave the party behind. Oh shit. Sorry, I just like smacked the crap out of my microphone by accident. Went to scratch my arm. The light's on. The light's on. They really managed to make a generator. Sonna tokoro de nani aterunda? What are you doing out here? Atri, don't let her get away. Nigasuna. Atri, nigasuna. Atri darts in front of the retreating Catherine. What? You're trying to get on revenge on me for the time I nearly shanked you? That's not what I'm here for. I saw you sneaking around, so I thought I'd come out to talk. If you want to party with everyone, you could go. She's leaving the town. You still need to get those debts back from me? Tori, tate wa ii no ka? Shinpai te oshimai. Shinpai. Really now, so much for being a pro debt collector. I lied about that. If I was really a pro, I'd take the robot by force right here. Yeah, I figured she'd lied. Like, the whole thing was really sketchy, too. Like, she came with papers saying that his grandma owed him a debt and all this stuff, and he didn't check it out. He should have checked it out. And even if she did owe her, like, yo, the grandma owed a debt, not him. Yareru mono nara yatte miro desu. Just you try it. Catherine flinches in the face of the tiny girl's menacing glare. Yo, Atri, as cute as she is, would like... She would like end Catherine or anyone with one hit. She's like one punch girl. Your real name's Hanako, isn't it? Sono mae de yobuna. Watashi wa Catherine. Long ago, you left 3 years ago. Do you have any idea what you'll do now? It's going to be hard for her to find a job in this economy. As I anticipated for a moment, there's nothing but an uneasy silence. I'm gonna be right back in like a minute. So I hit my mic again, sorry about that. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright. なんだってやるわよ。生きていくためならね。Do anything as long as it keeps me alive. Even something illegal, I get the feeling you're not that kind of person. You were the first to react when the kids were in danger, and you seem like an old hand when it comes to disciplining them. Made me think I've got a job that might be perfect for you. She fixes me with a look of guarded curiosity. The next day. There's no more work left to do on our generator. Our plan now is to keep testing it and deal with any problems that come up. As such, our busy days of construction came to an end and normality returns to the classroom. Ohayo. Good morning, everyone. Of course, I don't have any license or any kind of training, but perhaps because of my work on the generator, everyone seems to look at me as if I'm a real teacher. Before we start today, there's someone I want to introduce you to. Ite kure. Nanda, mada tenkose da? Tenkose. Kose. Tenkose. Mada tenkose da? Dare daoro. Oh, okay, she walks in just like a just chest shot. Mune. Hana-chan da. Sono mae de yobuna. Catherine, yo. No, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, Hana-chan da yo na. Hanoka-san desu yo ne. Why do you insist on that name anyway? It's the most generic Western name you could possibly choose. It's really not. Huh? I think it's cool. It makes me sound all mysterious. I get the feeling this argument is going nowhere, so I move along. Anyway, Catherine's going to be our teacher from now on. Majika! Honto ka? Can she even teach? Iin da yo na, Catherine. That's right, isn't it, Catherine? Osada Hanako, aka Catherine, used to be an elementary school teacher in this town. Oh, really? The school was swallowed up by the ocean. She lost her job and quit the town shortly after. Was she teaching there before? Or no, that's, well, iro atta no ya. Yo, various things happened. When I arrived in the city, I tried my hand at being a private investigator. Naze? Why? I didn't want to interrupt her story, but I couldn't help myself. Who quits being a teacher and suddenly decides to become a detective? Why do you think? Kakoi kara, yo. It's cool. But it's not what I thought it'd be. Got involved with a lot of dodgy people. There's one guy in particular who took a liking to me, and I ended up letting my guard down with him. Turns out he was a conman. He took off with what little money I had, leaving me with nothing but a single repossession order. Client had just given it to me and said, turn this into cash. I wasn't a debt collector, but I'm the one your granny creditors came to. Why did you say you were a debt collector then? I thought that might scare you into giving up the cash. If I was just some random woman, I thought you'd skip out on paying it. I had no intention of selling ATRI, but ore wa ATRI o uru tsumori wa nai. Demo. In the time I've requested ends, he's free to sell me. So that's the deal. It's not what I'd like ideally, but when the time comes, I'll split the proceeds with you. Why are you still selling her? Her face told me that she wasn't expecting any money from me anymore. I need to find a job for that, though. Exactly what kind of thing do you think you've got for me? Whether you'll be able to actually get a proper salary, I can't promise, but I'll give you somewhere to live. It's perfectly suited for your skills, too. I pointed toward the half-submerged building with a single light behind her. I want you to teach here. Well, I've got nothing better to do, and it's dangerous letting you brats out here, hang out here alone. Yoroshiku ne, kodomo tachi. Right. I get that, but still, Catherine. Everyone seems more confused by her naming choices than the fact she's the teacher. It's funny. Does this have a dormitory or somewhere to sleep? You should know from your last spell here that that's not the case. It was comfortable enough for you in this room, wasn't it? Hana-chan sensei, mata isho ni inde no sundai no shun. I told you not to call me that, and stop making me sound like a dog, a stray dog. I mean, you're a lot like one, so it should be possible with a little discussion with the local government to get her a proper salary. The mayor, in fact, is Minamo's father, so I've asked him to talk things through with the other powers that be around here. If things go well, she should end up officially employed here. And thus another one of the school's problems might just be solved. Water bubble bubble. When I arrived back in this town, I had no hopes, no dreams. Kono machi? Kono machi e kaite kita toki. I simply needed a place to go after I ran away from the academy. I hated the idea of depending on my grandmother, but a dropout like me hardly had anything else to do. I had no future. Sorry if there's any sounds outside. But then I met her. Demo soko de. I met her. And she is ATRI. This strange, unpredictable robot girl. I'm betting that ATRI is the one he met when he was younger. A humanoid who had been sleeping beneath the sea for years upon years. Without even knowing it, she started to change me. Every single day since I met her has been so hectic and full of drama. I'd spent so long stubbornly thinking that I had to live by myself, to have the strength to be alone. Then she came into my life and I didn't even have time to think like that anymore. Every time it seemed as if I might stumble and fall amid the craziness of those strange days. I found myself instinctively reaching out for her hand. And it was there I found a gentleness that I had long forgotten. Stomp, 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 stomp. And right now that hand is holding mine as if it's the most natural thing in the world. But there's something supernatural about this small, delicate robot girl, ATRI. Since she started living with me, I haven't felt phantom pain at all. There are a few ways to ameliorate the phenomenon. Ameliorate? Like, understand it? I don't know. One method is to reflect the opposite limb in a mirror and make it appear as if it's not missing at all. The brain will be fooled by this and the pain will stop. An artificial limb can help too, by what seems to be a similar mechanism. Back when I had lost my leg, I suffered horrendous phantom pains all the time. The cybernetic leg my father gave me completely cured it. It was such a high-tech model that I felt like I had my real leg back. But when I was forced to sell it, the agony returned. Natsuki-san, what will we be studying today? We'll be reading some literature. Right, bungaku. I know it's not your forte, but I want you to try thinking about the feelings of the author when they were writing. Interesting. How is a robot like me supposed to know how to do that? The whole point of studying is to learn how to do things you can't. ATRI promised that she would become my new leg. ATRI wa ore no ashi ni naru to itte kureta. Well, it doesn't say promised. It promised would be like yakusoku. It says like the ATRI said she would become my new leg. And I haven't felt that phantom pain again since. Recently I've spent so much time poring over blueprints in the middle of the night that often I find myself collapsing at my desk. Even without ATRI sleeping in my arms, I haven't been assailed by those torments. I guess I owe it to you. Omae no okage nandaro na. Finally, you're seeing how useful I can be. I've been telling you all this time how high performance I am. Koseno. ATRI-san wa koseno. That's why I'm sure you're going to absolutely love the lunch I secretly stayed up making for you last night. Look forward to it, okay? Have you been wasting my food again? I slammed my palm down on the top of her head. I told you no touching the supplies until you've actually learned how to make something non-toxic. It's like, I promise. I swear. Let me go. Every day is lacking in rhyme and reason and full to the brim with the unexpected. Yet somehow it's starting to become so comfortable. Natsu. First name. Ohayo Ryuji. As I walk into the classroom, he throws his arm around my shoulder. I'm getting used to this too, bizarrely. You've been all over him lately, Ryuji. You've been all over him, Ryuji. What the frick? They're getting nakayoshi dane, nakayoshi. They're getting along so well. Nakayoshi dane. Natsuki-san's already got me to support him. Doesn't need you to. Ryuji. Jamana. 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 So Natsu, remember when we were talking about before, you know, the job? Yeah? I've had an idea. Why don't we start up a salvage business? What, salvaging things for cash? I mean, you might as well. Why not? You can, like, it makes sense. You have the submarine, you have the boat. You can do that. Ryuji, has mechanic experience. I'm sure he can, like, fix it, or maybe not for boats, but, like, I'm sure he'll be able to. Subright. I have heard people operating those kinds of businesses. Generally, they're hired to retrieve crew and cargo from sunken ships. I was thinking like he could do that with ATRI. I've never thought about that. Is there enough of a market for salvage around here? Naru. Pretty much everyone around here is in a situation like my family. They lost a lot of stuff when the seas rose. There's got to be people who have something precious or valuable they don't want salvaging. Oh yeah, for sure. But everyone lost, so many people lost so many homes, right? So for sure they're gonna want sentimental stuff, other stuff, right? Tashkani, he has a point. Tashkani, that's true. Sure, certainly. I can vividly recall the glistening of the tears in Minamo's eyes when we first turned on the classroom lights. Many of the families who lived here for generations, likely with precious heirlooms and memories, left deep on the ocean floor when they fled in panic. Of course, would love that back. Well, what's going on? Let me help too. Oh yeah, you can help too. Earn yourself a little pocket money. Oh, awesome. If someone had suggested an idea like this to me when I first returned to town, I would have laughed. But why? Bunch of kids running a business? Don't be foolish. I thought exactly the same thing Ryuji did. That children like us didn't have the power to change anything. But we have, haven't we? Our achievements may be small so far, but we know that we can change things. I never would have found myself answering the way I do before. Sounds like it could be interesting. Omoshiro. Sounds like it could be interesting. I can't for a second imagine what the future might bring. That's exactly why it's interesting. Dakara koso omoshiroi. Great. Then it's decided. Let's meet up after school to have a strategy meeting. Yay, strategy. Okay, time for class. Get your butts in your seats. Seki ni blah blah blah. Catherine enters the classroom ringing the handbell. Minamo, now class president, leads us in greeting. Leads? Hey. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo. Teaching a class this small will be a walk in the park. Somewhere in the far off distance, I feel like I can hear the sound of gears spinning. Turbine? No. I think it might just be the future, turning in a direction I could never have imagined. Okay. So is that it for that? Okay, so that's the demo. Okay, so we beat the demo. Yay. I know it took a ridiculously long, like total, like 11, 12 hours I spent. But part of which was because I was reading Japanese and stuff. And I wasn't trying to speed read it. But it's okay. So let's talk about this a little bit. I'm probably going to get copyright claims for this video. I did on the last one as well, so I'm going to dispute them. Hopefully, the claims will get thrown out, but whatever. I like this game. It's really good. So that's the demo. It's a nice story. It feels semi-complete even through there. Like, it does feel semi-complete. Chapter 1 Epilogue. So that's the first chapter. Well, this game's going to take me forever to go through. But I enjoyed it. So I like it a lot. So I'll talk about some stuff. So I like the art style. You know. Of course, even if I didn't like the art style, that does not mean the art style is bad. You know, everyone likes different cups of tea. You might like one flavor, you might not like another. You might like 2 or 3 different flavors, but there might be one that you like more. They might like the most, right? So different flavors, right? That's how it is. But I do like the art style, right? I like it. I like the music for it. I like, even though I keep getting copyright claims for the music, but I do like the music and everything. I like the story. I like the characters. None of them are dislikable. I'll talk a little bit about some stuff because I am hungry, so I'm going to combine my lunch and dinner together when I eat. I did eat actually before stream. I had like, I kind of had like a breakfast and then I had like a small lunch I made myself. But anyways, I'm gonna eat a dinner that's a bit bigger. Whatever. So, I like the characters and all. Something that this feels like I played a full game, kind of. But I'm guessing I did not, and it is truly just the demo. So I'm really looking forward to more. I do want to buy it. I do want to play more. I'm not looking forward to more copyright claims because of the music, but we'll play with it and see how it is. I will say before I talk about the game, I will upload a reaction to the trailer for that anime coming out for ATRI. I will upload the reaction to that. Today's Monday, so expect that Wednesday or Thursday. I will not be streaming this week again, but I will upload that reaction to that trailer on Wednesday or Thursday. I don't think I'll do reactions to the anime unless people really want me to, but I do plan to watch it. I'm gonna wait till it's done airing before I watch it, because I prefer to marathon shows. Because when you wait to watch shows weekly, you end up, like, if it shows like 13 episodes, you might forget a few things from episode 1 or 2, you know? And then also, you get caught up in the momentum of marathoning, and it just makes it more enjoyable. So I like it, to marathon shows. To binge shows, or at least watch them every day or every other day. Yeah. I've been watching Tonikawa Kawaii right now. Unrelated, but I've been watching that. Not a lot, like one or two episodes, a couple episodes every few days. I like it a lot. It's really good. Completely unrelated. Completely unrelated. Back to talking about ATRI. So I'll upload that reaction there on Wednesday or Thursday. I will not be streaming again this week, unfortunately. Well, I'll probably be posting 1 or 2 drawings this week. Drawing of Yumiella Dorkness, it sounds like, and Patrick Ashburton from Akujo Reijo Level 99, which is an anime that aired not that long ago. I really like it, so I was doing a fan art of those 2 characters, a comedy sort of one, for fun. I'll probably finish it this week, probably post it this week, and then I'm doing an illustration for a contest, so that will be posted by the end of this week. So, I mean, the contest I have about over a week to do, a week and like 2 days, but unless you count today as well, then almost a week and a half. But it'll be done by the end of this week. I'll probably end up finishing it by like Wednesday, to be honest, most likely. But I might space it out just to experiment with my art style a bit. So I'm trying to tweak my art style a bit, trying to change it up a little. So, been experimenting with that a little bit. Not really changing shapes and stuff, more just the shading a bit. But we'll see. Anyways, for ATRI, back on topic. I really like it. The art, the animation, the music, it's all really great. The characters are really likable. Like, something I really enjoyed about this is the character development in the demo. Like, you see Catherine being from a murderer, though I believe she was bluffing about hurting the main dude. But she was like tempted by her greed, I would say, because she needed money, that's what I'm assuming. So she tried to scam the main dude, and she threatened him, bluffing or not, it doesn't matter. So she was being consumed by her greed, right? And that desperation in that, but she did repent of that, and which is very nice to see. And I know I think a lot of people don't understand what it means to repent. To repent means, it comes from a Greek word. I forgot the word, but it comes from a Greek word that means to change one's mind, right? Literally. Basically, but what it means is to change your ways, right? So Catherine was being consumed by her greed and such. That's why she tried to scam the main dude, and she threatened him and all this stuff. She did repent, which is really good character development, especially for a demo game, for a supposed demo game. I almost can only half believe that was actually a demo and not a full thing, but right. So that was nice to see, and also with the Natsuki, you got character development between him and for him, like going past the trauma he had related to the event, ATRI being there to help him with it. I believe ATRI, I don't know, but I'm guessing she was the older girl, the One-san, that he met when he was wakai, when he was young. Well, I mean, he is young, he's 16, but, or something like that, I guess. But when he was, what did he say, 7, 8? Something like that. I don't know, but way back then. Because even at the beginning of the story, he said, ATRI. This name sounds familiar. You know? So I'm guessing she was that. Not ATRI. I don't support like a whole human android romantic relationship. I don't know if this will go that route or not. Though I love ATRI's character, right? But I don't. ATRI's probably my favorite character, but it makes the most sense for the main dude to end up with Minamo. Especially because, you know, she is that childhood friend and stuff. And that's definitely more cemented with her than with ATRI, even if he knew ATRI in the past. But yeah, I don't support the whole human-robot relation because it's just very complicated. Like, it would be very problematic for an individual, but also, like, how do I explain it? I don't want to like talk too much, but if you look at a picture of a forest, some people would be asked, what do you see first, right? Do you see the trees or do you see the forest? And the point of this is, like, do you focus more on the individual or the collective? Right? The small picture, the big picture, you could see it in different ways. So for the collective, you know, a human-robot relationship is very problematic. It breaks interpersonal relations. It prevents the beauty of a relationship where the two grow together as people, because you're basically getting someone who's pre-programmed and set in those ways. Though AI can open that discussion a bit, but still. And there's other issues, like even on an individual scale, people will use that and abuse it, which will, even beyond like morality for android and robot rights, would look at for the person. It would end up hurting them as well, their growth as a person, because there'd be a sense of like, how do I describe it? I'm not trying to talk too much and too in-depthly on this, but it would be less. I'm sorry for the noise. Family around. Anyways. Pisses me off. I gotta move the hell out of here. Anyways. It would be more like, codependency than actual, you know, like a real relation. A lot of people would use it for that. What I find interesting related to that, and which is actually good, especially like there begs questions about like, were androids, could they be blessed to be noetical beings? Even if they are, the difference between an android and a human would be far bigger than even that between like a dog and a cat. But that kind of gets into theology a bit. But anyways, I won't go into that really. But something I found interesting is in the game they actually forbade human android romantic relations, which is actually a good thing to do. But you can't just forbid stuff like that. You have to actually explain. Sorry about that. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, I don't know, people, like, family members are, like, arguing somewhere. So if you hear noise, like, sorry about that. Anyways. Yeah, so it's interesting that they forbade human-robot relations in the game. And it makes sense, but you can't just forbid stuff like that. You have to like let people try to educate people to understand, right? Same with not just that, but like if you forbid drugs or this or that, you can't just forbid it and say, oh, it's bad, which it is. But you need to like educate them and teach them compassionately why it is, right? But yeah, androids I think being developed in real life would be awesome. But I do believe that humans would use and abuse them badly, which would not just be harmful to them, but harmful to humanity itself. Not just collectively, but even individually for each person, right? And I'm 100% sure of that. I won't say probably, like I'm absolutely certain. That's something I can say for sure. But it is interesting, and the whole concept of androids is interesting. And it opens a whole discussion, right? I know if you look at things from a religious light, you could look at it like, religiously, if you like believe in a soul, humans and angels, this gets into theology a little, I'll just touch on it. Humans and angels are both noetical beings, but the difference between them is bigger than the difference between a dog and a cat. And the difference between a human and an animal is massive, because it has to do with the soul, right? It has to do with the soul and the complexity of it, of the souls. But that gets into theology a bit, and that's like very complicated. If androids were developed, if you look at it from a religious perspective, could they become noetical, not just rational? Would God bless them with that? Surely, but they would then be something different than humans and angels. If you look at that from a religious perspective, that's more if you believe in the whole concept of the soul and everything, right? It's all really interesting and fascinating. Like, I support the building of androids, just not at this time, because they would not be used in the best way. They would be used in a harmful way and a self-harming way, not just to humanity collectively, but even individually. Because even individually, people would use them for, like, for example, a romantic relationship would not work, because there's no, like, mutual growth as people. And there's also just a high thing of codependency rather than actual love. The two look the same. Codependency and infatuation and love, they all look the same. But they're not, right? So it raises a lot of moral questions. and the moral questions are raised for the, the betterment of people and each individual person, right? But androids are awesome. I hope they'll be developed, just they can't be yet, so I believe. Not just so I believe, so like it's just a fact of the matter, they would not be used well. Anyways, not exactly off topic, but it's a question raised related to ATRI, related to Planetarian, related to even shows like Chobits. It's really cool. Chobits was okay. But anyways, sorry, I got a little out there. I keep hearing noise in the background. But anyways, I really like ATRI. I plan to play the full game. I want to play it, but I want my Japanese to be a bit better. Like reading the visual novel, even some of the Japanese parts, I didn't read most of them, but I read some of them, and it went better than I expected. Like, I was able to read more than I had expected, which is awesome. So we can go through this, but it will likely not be for maybe a few months for the full game. I know that might be a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm going to want to watch the anime, and then we'll go through. And then also after watching the anime, wait a little bit, so I'm not over comparing them and too biased towards the anime for the visual novel, and we'll go through the visual novel eventually. It won't be for at least a few months. Maybe several months. Maybe like next year sometime we'll go through it fully. And that way my Japanese will be like way ahead of where it's at right now. 今俺の日本語下手です。でも来年 it'll be a lot better. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else to talk about. The music really fits, it sets the mood. The story's very interesting. I like the character development a lot. Like I mentioned, with Catherine, with ATRI. Catherine with Natsuki, Natsu, that's his name. Yeah, with Catherine, with Natsu. ATRI's my favorite character. It's building up really well, and I'm really wondering now where the story's gonna go, because it feels like it's semi-complete here. So, we'll see. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I want to talk about? I'm not sure. I learned some words, Japanese words, during the stream. Some of which I could have figured out even without the English, because I know like the individual kanji for them. But I learned like at least several new words during this stream, because I was actually trying to. So that's cool. That's awesome. Kani, crab. ATRI's favorite food seems to be kani. ATRI no ichiban what would you say, favorite food? Favorite ichiban suki gohan, her favorite meal. Kanida. My broken Japanese. So yeah, I'll upload the reaction to the trailer for ATRI on Wednesday or Thursday. You can look forward to that. And I know we won't be going through the full visual novel for a while, unfortunately. But that way I watch the anime, or I don't think I'll do reactions to it unless people like really want me to. But I plan to like marathon it anyways. Or binge it. Something like that. And then probably sometime next year be playing the visual novel fully. And it'll be interesting because I'll come back to it and we'll go through it from the beginning. Or maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe instead what I'll do is I'll either do that or I'll go through it from the beginning because my Japanese will be a lot better. Or just continue where we left off and link these streams below. I'll put this in a playlist as well. So I think that's all, you know. I'm honestly thinking that, also I think like Natsuki's gonna help the town with developing electricity, the Denki, for the town. Like he did there. I think it'll work, and they're gonna open a submarine business. The story feels semi-complete right now. But this was just a demo. Took me a while to go through it. But we got through it. So anyways, I think that's all. Yeah. I hope I said everything I wanted to. This is my model. I'm gonna show it off real quick. A wave. Crying animation as well. Here's all the expressions. I can combine them all. Art, Live 2D animations all by me. Yeah. Anyways. So, thank you to anyone who had, you know, watched the streams and any comments, any likes. I appreciate it greatly. Don't forget to like the video if you liked it. Subscribe for more. Hit the bell so you miss nothing. And yeah, so hopefully this community can grow more. I will try to stream a visual novel once a week, at least. I will not be streaming again this week, but next week, around the same time probably, Monday or Tuesday. My throat is so dry. I'm gonna go eat. Anyways, peace and yeah, see ya. Bye.